Something about the intellectual and the activist.
They used to call us the sons of fire and brimstone.
Why they used to? Why not?
I remember
Bringing hell.
because of that connotation. No, I mean,
But it's positive, like the Harlem Hellfighters, right? I mean,
I know. And then we went to see.
Man, look, man.
I heard it all. I know what that is.
Yeah, right about it.
And that's my oldest original.
Come on, man. This is in the.
We were just saying, I was telling you.
Thank you for
It's always yes.
man.
Okay. I'm ready. All right. Yes.
Yes, I do. I made George Yeah, I've seen Cindy agree. There's always and they stop.
Ready? I'm not a problem. Are you ready? Right.
It'll be my 500 students. And I haven't heard from everyone. So if we keep doing it, can we try. I'm just grabbing my camera. Are you still involved?
Yeah, close enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Still here.
I need it.
It's so natural, it's not even funny. What?
The one picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I can
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, we welcome you all, especially our brothers of Sigma. My name is John Kennedy. I am one of the archivists here at Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, and I'm also a fall 2008 initiate of Phi Beta Sigma by way of the Epsilon Alpha chapter at Dillon University. So it's with the greatest intentionality that our team of brothers put this together, because we want to show that Phi Beta Sigma is passionate about historic preservation, particularly Black history. So if you will, I'm going to go through the agenda and then we'll get our program started, okay? Okay, next up, we're going to have Brother Nightingale, who's going to come and do an intro about Black History Month. After Brother Nightingale, we'll have myself, and I'll go through the nature of this program. Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Nightingale will be introducing our director, Dr. Benjamin Tolton. After myself, you'll have Brother Eric Gilliam. After Brother Gilliam, I'll introduce Brother Omar Eaton Martinez. After that, we'll have Brother Willis Hutt. Following Brother Hutt, we'll have Brother Dr. Kevin Christian. And then we will conclude our presentations with our newly appointed international historian, Brother Dr. Kenneth Lewis. Then we'll move into our Q&A session and closing remarks. And that'll be it. And next up, we'll have Brother Brandon Nightingale coming. I'm sorry, Dr. Benjamin Tolton.
Good morning. Good morning. He had it right. I'm technically Dr. Benjamin Tolton, but he had it right when he called me Brother Tolton first. That's I'm Brother first. Welcome. I'm honored to welcome you to Moorland-Spingarn Research Center and Howard University. I'm a historian of Africa, particularly Ghana, and I know that Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, is a Sigma man. I also know that his mentor, Nnamdi Azikiwe, first prime minister of Nigeria, is a Sigma man. So that got me wondering, who else is this? I know the folks from Howard University, but then I got on our good friend Wikipedia and I just did a deep dive. And I saw there are 700 Sigma chapters around the world, every continent except for Antarctica. So it's hugely impressive. And then I looked at Googled Ghana and Sigma, and I saw there are 2 chapters in Ghana. And I said, it makes sense that the Sigmas began at Howard University, a campus, a university that is global in its Blackness. And the Sigmas are a global fraternity. And so when I walk by that statue in the valley, probably every day, and I joke with Brother Brandon about, he walks by and just pauses at this statue in the valley. I'm proud of that. I'm proud. I'm Sigma adjacent. I did not pledge, but I'm Sigma adjacent.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. But I'm very proud of that statue. I'm proud of our history with the Sigmas on Howard University's campus, because I'm a Howard University grad. And I'm very proud of the Sigmas being global in their, not only in their Blackness, but in their service. When I meet someone who's an intellectual or an activist, politician, and they're Sigmas, I'm never surprised. I'm never surprised. So on behalf of our provost, Tony Wutaw, who's our big boss, and Dr. Ben Vincent III, our president, it's my honor to welcome you back home to Howard University and to Moorland-Spingarn.
Good morning, brothers. Good morning. It is a true honor to be here in front of you all today during Black History Month, representing Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. My name is Brandon Nightingale. I was initiated in spring 2016 at the Iota Road chapter in the University of Central Florida. The fraternity holds a special place in my heart. It truly does. My brother's a member of the fraternity. My father's a member of the fraternity. And what really drew me into Sigma was the history of the fraternity. And I can't think of a better way to celebrate history in Black History Month than with Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, which is why we're all here today. I do want to acknowledge a couple of people who were very, very instrumental in putting this together. There were a lot of conversations, a lot of meetings, and so I would be remiss if I did not mention those good brothers. So when I call your name, if you don't mind, just please standing, and we'll do a round of applause at the end. I want to first thank and acknowledge Brother Dr. Kevin Christian, Brother Omar E. Martinez, Brother Dr. Damian Ferguson, Brother Eric Gilliam, Brother Willard Hutt, Brother John Kennedy, Brother Andre Williams, and Brother Dr. Kenneth Lewis. Can we all hand, please? Thank you, brothers. It was truly an honor to work with you all in helping putting this event together. This was not a one-man show. Me and John do work here, but it took a lot of help to get this thing rolling. And we are very excited, and so much that we have in store for you all today. And then two other acknowledgments I do want to acknowledge. We've been having a lot of help here on the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center side. So I want to acknowledge Rebecca Solomon in the back, one of our Moorland scholars. So if you all can give her a hand, please. So Rebecca is running all communications. She did our flyers. She's helping with the live stream, and I do want to welcome our live stream audience from all over the world. Thank you for tuning in today on this very special occasion. So the question becomes, why are we here? And I'm going to hand it off to my good brother John Kennedy in a second. But Black History Month, I've heard a lot of debates. It was the shortest month, February, this and that. I love Black History Month myself. It's a time for us to be reminded of how important our history is, right? And today we get to acknowledge some brothers within the fraternity, right? Some brothers you may know, some brothers you may not know. And I think that's what I love about our fraternity. It's very diverse. Black History Month, the national theme. So every year there's a theme chosen. And I know a lot of brothers here connected to Asala. And I know Brother Omar E. Martinez will probably give a shout out there. They choose a theme every year. So this year's theme is African Americans in the Arts for 2024, okay? And so just a little bit about Black History Month. This is a time to recognize and highlight the achievements of Black artists, creators, and the roles they played in U.S. history and in shaping our country today. So to commemorate Black History Month, here at Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, we have put together a dynamic presentation for you today in partnership with Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, founded in 1914, right here on Howard's historic campus. It's truly an honor to be here before you all today. And so without further ado, just a little bit about more why we are here, I'm going to bring up my good brother, John Kennedy.
Again, brothers, it is a pleasure to be in the midst of you today. It's a high honor. The why we all are here is attached much to why we all pledge, and we take that over to Sigma. Is substance, it's intentionality, it's meaning, it's history. So conversations in history began as a thought about how the Men of Sigma can better support Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. What type of gesture could we offer to show that we're meaningful in our intentionality towards Sigma being a key piece in helping Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. So we began, Brandon and I began to look at what could come of such a relationship. Ultimately, we approached our director, Dr. Tolton, with the idea, and then conversation in history began to take form. Okay, maybe a symposium might work, but what should that symposium look like? It should be centered around history. So with that in mind, and also considering that Moorland-Spingarn Research Center is the largest privately owned Black repository in the world, then the meeting became a little bit more clearer. So with that, Brandon and I began to reach out to men that we consider pillars in the realm of historic preservation. And when you hear from these men today, you'll see that the overarching theme is historic preservation, but particularly Black history. And hopefully we hope our audience, the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, takes away from this that we are intentional about preserving Black history, but ultimately we want to form a symbiotic relationship with Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, whereas hopefully it possibly becomes our official repository in Phi Beta Sigma. And lastly, we hope that from these presentations that our audience takes away that the Men of Sigma are instrumental in lifting up repositories such as Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. So that's the why we're here today. And with that, I will bring up Brother Brandon Nightingale again.
Thank you, Brother John. And again, it's truly a pleasure working with John. The first day I met him, I didn't realize he was a member of the fraternity. And Dr. Taunton always we always joke around about the frat. And he said, hey, you know, that's a Sigma man over there. And then right after that, it was a done deal. And he's right. You know, I take a specific route to campus every morning, and that's to go by and pass through the monument, right? And I don't stop too often. I just just a daily reminder of why we do it, why we're here, and just trying to kind of pay homage to those that came before us. And there's respect all across the D9 as far as I'm concerned, and again, specifically within the fraternity. I do want to read, there's a message here, and I'm hoping you all can see this in the live stream. This was released from Dr. Benjamin Taunton on February 23rd, 2024. It says, the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center is thrilled to announce a momentous event to honor the rich history of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated on February 27, 2024. MSRC will host a symposium to launch its partnership with Phi Beta Sigma, unveil the Sigma's inspiring stories of achievement, and highlight the extraordinary contributions that its members have made at Howard University, institutions of higher education, the African-American community, and the society as well as a whole in the US and abroad. This year is the 110th anniversary of Phi Beta Sigma and Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, founded here at Moorland Library. And so we are excited to witness the fruition of a formal partnership, which is a testament to our shared commitment to preserving and sharing Phi Beta Sigma's rich history and ensuring that it's recognized as an integral to the broader African and Afro-historical narrative. Phi Beta Sigma's 700 chapters spread throughout the world is a testament to its global reach and significance. Its countless notable members include George Washington Carver, Nnamdi Azikiwe, first Prime Minister of Nigeria, Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, Al Roker, Harry Belafonte, Dr. Benjamin Chavis, and MSRC's own Brandon Nightingale and John Richard Kennedy. The Moorland-Spingarn Research Center extends a warm welcome home to Phi Beta Sigma. We are thrilled to have you back on the beautiful historic campus of Howard University, where the story begins. So again, we thank Dr. Taunton for opening the invitation for us to come out here and celebrate our rich fraternity's history. So thank you again, Dr. Taunton. And next, we'll have a good brother of mine. You know, I can't put into words the relationship me and Brother Gilliam have. I just know that I'm a better man because of his guidance, his wisdom, his words of encouragement. You know, he's always extending his help, anything I may need. We run into each other at the grocery store. And it is truly an honor to be around Brother Eric Gilliam. And just a little bit about Brother Gilliam. He was the Alpha Chapter President in 1984 and Board of Directors President of Phi Beta Sigma Federal Credit Union. So without further ado, Brother Eric Gilliam.
Thank you, Brother Nightingale. Well, the real truth in the matter is, you know, I came into the fraternity in summer of 1982, in the summer of 1982, and that's a big difference than in the spring or in the fall, because in the summer, brothers have nothing to do but to hang around and they hear, oh, there's a line at Alpha Chapter, so they come from everywhere. So the summer is a little bit different than the fall or the spring. I'll just say that. So I got used to that kind of joining the fraternity. So after 1989, when all of that stuff was said and done, you can't do those things anymore. But I do, because when I have new brothers or young brothers that come around, they don't know any better. So with John and with Brandon, I just order them around. Do this, do that, do that. And they just say, yes, Brother Gilliam, yes, Brother Gilliam. So it makes me feel good, like, I'm big brother again. So I thank you all for just doing that. But what I wanted to say today is that this is a great occasion. And in Alpha Sigma chapter, local DC chapter, we've been really emphasizing the importance of history. And then comes Brandon Nightingale, and here comes John Kennedy, and it just all makes sense. So they are my bookends nowadays. And so we're going to do some great things with the history of Phi Beta Sigma and the preservation of all of our Sigma artifacts. But with that being said, I do want to acknowledge a couple of special people in the room today, and I'll be remiss. In our organization, we have something called the Distinguished Service Chapter, which is the highest level that a person can reach within Phi Beta Sigma. And we've got, a couple 100,000 members that have come through Phi Beta Sigma, but in this particular chapter, there's less than 100 that are still alive today. And this one particular brother is our 30th international president and a member of the Distinguished Service Chapter, and he's Honorable Brother Peter M. Adams, Esquire. Adams, member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Yes, indeed. Oh, there we go. Yes, indeed. There we go. That's how you do it. So, and also our international executive director is on his way. He will be here. And our newly appointed historian, our national historian, you've heard his name, but I want to introduce him, and that's Dr. Kenneth Lewis. And with that, I'll sit down, but I'd like to introduce locally here at Alpha Chapter, the local brothers here at Alpha Chapter. Would you please stand? And we had with us the president of Alpha Chapter, and that's Andre Williams, and Andre's going to come up and bring you greetings.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Andre Williams. I am a Spring 23 initiate of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated Alpha Chapter. And on behalf of the brothers of Alpha Chapter, we'd just like to thank you all for coming out today and greet you to our illustrious campus of Howard University. Today is historic, not only for our university, but for our fraternity as well. We have the privilege of sharing the history of Phi Beta Sigma on the very campus in which it was founded. The Brothers of Alpha Chapter would like to acknowledge the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center for allowing us to come together for such an event. And most importantly, we would like to thank the wonderful team of brothers who put this all together. If you'd like to stand up again, we'd like to give you a round of applause for all your hard work. Spent long months, days, hours planning, putting all this together. We'd like to tell you that we appreciate you. Thank you.
I have the honor and pleasure of introducing Brother Omar Eaton Martinez. Brother Omar is a senior vice president for historic sites at the National Trust for Historic Preservation, where he leads the overall stewardship of 28 historic sites across the country to tell the full American story. During his career, he has worked at Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, Smithsonian National Museum of American History, National Park Service, the Office of the National Museum of the American Latino Commission, NASA, and he was also a K-12 teacher in New York City and DC. He is currently the board president for the Association of African American Museums. He's also or recently appointed the Latino Advisory Board for the Office of the County Executive for Prince George County and the trustees of the International Trust Organization. Omar is a former member of the Executive Council for the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. He was also initiated into the Phi Beta Sigma chapter of Phi Beta Sigma on December 14th, 1997. So let us welcome Brother Omar Eaton Martinez.
Well, I tell you, it's a pleasure to be here. I get to talk about this type of work every day, but this is special being here with my fraternity brothers and in the place we're founded. I mean, I'm overwhelmed really right now, emotional. Just to be able to be part of this during Black History Month. You know, I've spoken dozens of times over the last 28 days because that's just what we do in my line of work, but today is special. Today is special, and I think we're going to be able to use this as a springboard to hopefully forge our relationship with the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center, and I can't wait for that. You know, to my fraternity brothers and distinguished guests and fellow citizens, what I want to do is talk a little bit about the importance of why we should be memorializing our history and our legacy, that we should, not anybody else. We should have the agency. We should have the self-determination in doing that. I stand before you to emphasize the vital importance of this memorializing Sigma notables with statues, monuments, and other forms of art in our communities and across our nation. It is a duty we owe not only to the legacy of our great fraternity, but more broadly to the descendants of those who have endured immense suffering and contributed significantly to the fabric of our society in the United States and across the world, but also to ourselves as we strive for a more inclusive and just future. Statues and monuments have always played a significant role in preserving and celebrating our history, culture, and values. They serve as potent symbols, and it represents our shared heritage, as well as a reminder of the lessons that we have learned from our past. Yet, for far too long, Men of Sigma and their remarkable contributions to American history have not been fully realized and acknowledged in this regard. By memorializing African descendants with statues, markers, and other forms of art, we're acknowledging the undeniable impacts they have made to our nation and our world, from our ancestors who are captured and endured the treacherous journey of the Middle Passage, to the courageous leaders of the Civil Rights Movement, to movement leaders and culture keepers of today. Black people have played an integral role in shaping the America we know. Their stories are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity, and they inspire us all to strive for a more equitable and just society. We know that these statues and memorials also serve as educational tools. They provide a platform for learning and discussion, allowing us to engage with our history, warts and all. So the idea is that we want to tell a full and inclusive story, not just the good parts, but the bad parts, because without the bad parts, the good parts mean nothing.
Sure.
When we memorialize our stories, in particular our members of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, we not only honor their legacy, but also open the door to a more comprehensive understanding of the complexities of our nation's history. This in turn promotes empathy, tolerance, and a deeper appreciation for the struggles and triumphs of all Americans. Furthermore, the act of memorialization sends a powerful message to future generations. It says we are committed to a more liberated society. It encourages young minds to aspire to greatness, regardless of their background, and reinforces the idea that anyone, regardless of their race or ethnicity, can make a lasting impact in our nation. So the importance of doing this memorialization work, in particular, the memorialization work of our fraternity, with statues, markers, and other things can't be overstated. It's a matter of acknowledging the invaluable contributions they have made to our nation, educating ourselves and future generations, and sending a resounding message of justice and liberation. As we erect these monuments and celebrate their achievements, we take a crucial step toward a more unified and enlightened society. And so we should embrace this opportunity and ensure that our history reflects the full spectrum of the American experience. So this presentation is titled Memorialization of A. Philip Randolph and Other Sigmas, and that is not to diminish the others that are part of the Sigmas, but this was part of a presentation that I took part of with other members of our fraternity at the Association for the Study of African American Life and History that took place last fall in Jacksonville, Florida, home of our good brother James Weldon Johnson. And so you see here pictured Asa Philip Randolph. You know, he's born in April 1889 in Crescent City, Florida, to a Methodist minister, James Randolph. In 1891, the Randolph family, strong supporters of equal rights for African Americans, moved to Jacksonville. He was initiated in the Iota Sigma chapter of Richmond, Virginia, of our illustrious fraternity. Randolph spent most of his youth in Jacksonville and attended the Cookman Institute, one of the first institutes to provide higher education to Black Americans in the same city. Randolph went through another migration when after graduating from Cookman, he settled in New York City in order to pursue his acting career. During his time in the Harlem neighborhood, Randolph juggled between college and jobs of being a porter, elevator operator, and waiter, which at that time were good jobs for African-American men. Our most honorable founder, Abraham Langston Taylor, was a elevator operator in Smithsonian, and he had a career there for decades. And he was doing this again while he's still developing his rhetorical skills. And in 1912, Randolph makes his first move into politics by co-founding an employment agency, the Brotherhood of Labor, in order to assist Black workers. In 1913, A. Philip Randolph started the Shakespearean Society in Harlem. Soon after, he tied a knot with his wife, Lucille Green. He set the building blocks of his acting career in this group only by taking up the lead roles in various productions of society. After the success of the Shakespearean Society, his co-founder, Chandler Owen, joined Randolph in another venture called The Messenger, a magazine set out to increase political awareness concerning the Black minority. In the magazine, the two men talked about an equal Black to white ratio in the armed forces and also called for an increase in wages. During this period of the First World War, Randolph also made efforts to unionize the African-American shipyard workers of Virginia and elevator operators in New York City. After the war ceased, Randolph served as a lecturer at the Rand School of Social Science. The politician also tried running for office in New York State, but did not do that successfully. In 1925, he founded the first successful Black trade union, Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, which we'll learn a little bit more about in the presentation. Took his union into the American Federation of Labor during a period when the latter had barred Blacks from all admission. The union won its first major contract with the Pullman Company in 1937, but its president withdrew the membership in the following year due to the discrimination within that organization. Randolph then took his union into the federal government. Being a one-man army, the Black leader organized the March on Washington movement in 1941 and succeeded in pressuring the president then, Franklin D. Roosevelt, to put an end to the discrimination present in certain industries. After the Fair Employment Practices Committee, Randolph brought another victory to his name by convincing President Truman to ban segregation in the armed forces. Randolph was given the position of vice president after the AFL and CIO merged, and was also the president of the Negro American Labor Council from 1960 to 66, which was founded to avoid discrimination within the joint venture. Due to his continuous efforts in gaining equal rights to the Black community, President Lyndon B. Johnson, we have pictured over here, endowed Randolph with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This honor was followed by the A. Philip Randolph Institute, which set out to study the causes of poverty. And during his 40-year tenure, once it came to an end after his poor health, pushing the resignation, he spent the first few years of his retirement writing an autobiography, but his worsening condition didn't allow him to finish that task. He transitioned into the Omega chapter May 16, 1979. at the age of 90, and his ashes lie interred at this institute in Washington, D.C. I share that rich history about our brother because he was one of the people that I was researching when I was seeking Sigma, right? And I was inspired by his activism. I was inspired by his tenacity. And we'll talk about a few other Sigma men also who did inspire me as well to seek this great fraternity. And you see in the picture here, under the text memorializing A. Philip Randolph and other Sigmas, is a picture taken by Gordon Parks, the great African-American photographer. And this picture is located in the collection of the Library of Congress, and it was taken back in 1942. So when we talk about memorials and statues, has anybody seen this bust in Union Station? It's there, look for it, take your selfie with it next time you see it, right? It's commissioned by the AFL-CIO, done by African-American sculptor Ed Dwight, who in preparing for this presentation that I did last fall, found out he was a Sigma man. Ed Dwight himself, the sculptor, is a Sigma. Dedicated, again, this was dedicated to memory of A. Philip Randolph, America's foremost Black labor and civil rights leader, the founder of the Sleeping Car Porters. He conceived and initiated this, did the 1963 marches on Washington and also 41 before that. And what it reads at the very bottom, which is probably hard to read, it says, "At the banquet table of nature, there are no reserved seats. You get what you can take and you keep what you can hold. If you can't take anything, you won't get anything. And if you can't hold anything, you won't keep anything. And you can't take anything without organization." So when we talk about grassroots movements, organizing, Sigma's always been at the forefront when it comes to the Black community. Just a little bit about the sculptor Ed Dwight. He was a graduate engineer, former United States Air Force test pilot, and America's first African-American astronaut and candidate. I want to talk about these artists because it is, number one, he's frat, and number two, this is the theme of this year, African-Americans and the arts. After successful careers as an Air Force officer, pilot, and real estate and construction entrepreneur, Ed had dedicated the last 33 years solely to his artistic endeavors. He got his MFA in 1975 from the University of Denver. He was commissioned to do a lot of different works in Colorado Centennial Commission. He created a series of bronzes depicting the contribution of Blacks to the American frontier west. In 1979, while the series was on exhibit at the Jefferson National Expansion Memorial, which is part of the National Park Service, Ed was encouraged to create a bronze series portraying the history and historical roots of jazz, series created entitled Jazz, an American Art Form. Now consists of over 70 bronzes characterizing the creation and evolution of jazz from its African and European roots to the fusion of contemporary music. In '78, he had his first large-scale commission to work on the abolitionist Frederick Douglass, who is not only the most photographed man American in history, but he's probably one of the most memorialized through statues as well. The life-size monument was commissioned by the National Park Service and is on display in the Douglass Museum and the Frederick Douglass home in Anacostia, Maryland. Since his commission, Ed Dwight has completed over 128 public art and large-scale memorial installations through the United States, and he has his work over 18,000 gallery sculptures and is represented in several galleries. In 2009, he was honored with the commission to create an historical life-size sculpture presentation at President Barack Obama's first inauguration scene. The scene included the president, the first lady, 2 Obama girls, and Chief Justice John Roberts administering the oath. The exhibit is on tour throughout the U.S. right now. And so he's done a lot of great work, and we just wanted to give him his flowers now. He is still with us, I believe. The next one is another statue of Asa Bigelow Randolph in Back Bay train station in Boston. And this was done by an African-American woman sculptor. So again, we don't talk enough about our Black women who are artists, who are putting out this public art that are really conserving our legacy. Tina Allen was born in 1949 and passed away too young in September 9th of '08. She did works on Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and also George Washington Carver. Again, you see this in the Back Bay train station, so it has a permanent, it has a really prominent position in that station. And of course, this is Randolph's connection to all the labor work he did for people who worked in the train industry. Ellen herself, who is pictured here below the text, was born in Hempstead, New York in 1949 to a father who was a jazz drummer. And she was Grenada born. So we always have this West Indian connection and this diaspora connections in our fraternity that I love to highlight as a man who's my family's from Puerto Rico. Her mother was a writer and a nurse, and one of Alan's uncles was a sculptor. She began as young as 5. By the time she was 10, she was setting up her easel to paint the seascape of Grenada, where she lived until she was a teenager. She was mentored by the Lithuanian-American sculptor William Zorak, who declared her a prodigy. She earned her BA or BFA from the University of South Alabama in '78, also studied at the School of Visual Arts in Manhattan and received her master's at Pratt Institute. People described her art as a history in bronze because she always focused on important Black figures like our brothers, Asa Philip Randolph and George Washington Carver. She also did a lot of work to uplift different Harlem Renaissance actors. She also had periods of her work focused specifically on Black men, and then she started to turn her interest to Black women. After she volunteered for AmeriCorps for several years, she hosted a local television store on arts in Mobile, Alabama. So how many people knew that we have a museum named after our good brother Asa Philip Randolph? There is a museum in Chicago, right? This is Chicago. So it's the National Asa Philip Randolph Pullman Porter Museum. It is a museum that has been doing the work to uplift his legacy and his legacy specifically to have representation for Pullman Porters for many, many years. The people that you see me picture with are Dr. Lynn Hughes and her protege, David, whose last name escapes him right now. I implore all of you to go see that museum. One of the things I do, as I think was stated earlier, is I'm the board president of the Association of African American Museums. And we have so many great museums, big and small, that are doing great work. And this certainly is one of them. It is also connected to the Pullman National Monument and Historic Site, which is run by the National Park Service, and that was put forth by an executive order. So these portraits here were commissioned, one by Ernest Hamlin Baker, and you'll see here in 1978, the Time magazine donated approximately 800 works of original cover art to the National Portrait Gallery. The museum is dedicated to telling the stories of individuals who shaped the United States. And the Time collection, featuring prominent international figures and events, enriches our understanding of the United States in its global context. And the other one was done by Laura Wheeler Betsy Graves Reynaud, who has the Harmon Foundation, was the one who was a philanthropic organization based in New York City, including this portrait in their exhibition, Portraits of Outstanding Americans of Negro Origin, which opened in the Smithsonian way back in 1944. So this precedes having the Anacostia Museum. This precedes, obviously, the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And so when the Smithsonian was making efforts to tell the story of Black Americans, they used our good brother Asa Philip Randolph, and they lifted up his work. I also wanted to remind you all also about the Pullman Porter Museum, that it was founded in '95, and they are looking for support. So I'm always trying to make sure that we are out there supporting with monetary dollars and awareness and other in-kind services as we can do that. So the next one is Dr. Huey P. Newton. Now, if I loved Asa Philip Randolph, I don't know what I can call for Huey P. Newton. I love this brother. I love this brother. I mean, so inspired by his legacy. I'm a big fan and scholar of the 60s, particularly the original Rainbow Coalition, not the co-opted Jesse Jackson version, but the original one that was started by Fred Hampton from the Panthers and included the Young Lords Party, which was a Puerto Rican political party that was founded in Chicago and had chapters in New York and other spaces. It had Young Patriots, which involved young poor white folks from the Appalachia, and eventually expanded to the I Work UN, which involved Asian Americans and the American Indian movement for the Native Americans. So this was the original Rainbow Coalition. But with Huey P. Newton, what I wanted to share with you in these pictures is, they started the foundation a while back with Frederica Newton, his widow. And what I want to share about this experience is, this is in Oakland, in the city, in where our people are, or were, because gentrification is alive and well in Oakland as well. But that brother that you see me down there with is our frat, Dr. Xavier Buck, and he is the executive director of this museum. So Sigma is laden through this legacy as well. That bust was done by Dana King, who is pictured next to it. That's the African-American woman in the sort of purplish hat right there. And so she worked on this, and we were able to go see this last December. It is captivating. They opened the Black Panther Museum officially in January. That is me in the gallery with our brother, Dr. Buck. And they were still sort of doing the installation. It wasn't quite open yet when we were there, but that was back in December. In January, they had the official opening to critical acclaim. So another space, another Black institution, another Black museum that lifts up a notable member of Phi Beta Sigma and is run by a Sigma. And so I think we should really look into that work. A little bit about Dana King. She is a classical figurative sculptor who creates public monuments of Black bodies in bronze. She studies the strength and resilience of African descendants and creates pieces made of clay with her hands that are then cast in bronze. One of her famous works is Gilded by Justice, which is actually in Montgomery, Alabama, and is part of the Legacy Museum and the Memorial of Peace and Justice that Brian Stevenson started a few years ago. And it represents the woman of the bus boycott. So this is what you have here with Huey P. Newton, and just a great work and legacy that he did for our people. So this is George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver, we know, was born in 1864 in Diamond, Missouri, died in Tuskegee, Alabama. He was initiated in Gamma Sigma chapter. I'm sorry, I just realized I didn't.
Attended Simpson College.
Simpson College,
1893.
1893. I didn't mention that Brother Dr. Newton was initiated in Beta Tau chapter, Merritt College, and that back then Beta Tau was the former Oakland citywide chapter. George Washington Carver, we know as a young child, was known as the plant doctor, attended the secret garden, observing the day-to-day operations of the 19th century. George Washington Carver is the first African-American to be acknowledged by the National Park Service and have a national monument dedicated to him, right? That's big, right? A lot of great notables in our history that you would think, Frederick Douglass maybe would have been the first one. People might think it's King, but it was our good frat brother, George Washington Carver. The monument was created and established by legislation in 1943 under Public Law 148. Franklin D. Roosevelt was the president at the time. It is in Newton County in southwest Missouri, and it's composed of land with 240-acre farm where Moses Carver, George Washington Carver's enslaver, owned and lived. The farm was the place where George Washington Carver was born into slavery, the distinguished African-American scientist, educator, humanitarian who became known for his work at Tuskegee Institute. And so I share that with you because sometimes when we look at that space and that historic site, it's not talked about as a plantation because it wasn't a plantation with all the checks and marks, but it was where he labored and toiled, right? This is where he was treated less than nothing. and he still overcame and did all those wonderful things as a scientist and as a humanitarian. You'll see that on the upper left-hand side, you'll see a building. There is a museum named after our good brother in Austin, Texas, George Washington Carver Museum and Cultural and Genealogy Center. This community management museum is there to promote Black history and achievement in Austin, Texas. And October 24th, 1980, it became a reality. That was one of Austin's first libraries, and what later became Austin's first branch library, opened its doors as the George Washington Carver Museum and Cultural Center, the first African-American neighborhood museum in Texas. They are members of our Association of African-American Museums. Then you see him in the statue with the big picture is him at the Missouri Botanical Garden. So this is a life-size bronze of Carver, acclaimed by the African-American sculptor Tina Allen, who I mentioned earlier. And it shows him he was about 65 years of age, with a gentle expression, holding a small plant to the sunlight. And so he's really front and center in this important piece of Missouri in the Botanical Garden. I believe it's located somewhere near St. Louis. The sculptures are really, really important and really just tell a powerful story. And then the bust on the lower left-hand side is part of the George Washington Carver Park in Missouri. So here are a marker for a lane lock in Philadelphia. To date, I have not been able to find any type of memorialization of a lane lock outside of some portraits. I think there's a portrait in the National Portrait Gallery that shows the limbs, but he Alpha Chapter taught here, was probably the first thing you could call an African-American curator was Elaine Locke. These are the things that we need to know and the public needs to know that notable Sigmas have done and been a part of. This particular marker was commissioned by the Pennsylvania Historical Commission, and it's not like it's been there for years. This is pretty new. But it shows a little bit about him. We know that Locke believed that people should not conform to the standards dictated by white culture. Instead, both forms of expression should portray American life realistically without sentiment. He was a great patron of art, and he basically referred to himself as a philosophical midwife to Black artists throughout his life. I thought you would appreciate that. He put struggling Black talents in touch with another, but he also introduced wealthy patrons who would support them financially. Again, in this marker, it says, born in Philadelphia, Locke was the first African-American Rhodes Scholar and was considered the dean of the Harlem Renaissance, a Central High School and Harvard graduate. He was celebrated Howard University professor, writer, philosopher, arts patron. We know he was the first Rhodes Scholar. And so the next one right there is celebrating a bust done by our good brother James Weldon Johnson, who was born in 1871 and died in 1938, was made to Sigma, and I believe inside chapter at Clark, Atlanta. I need to check on that to confirm. He was an American writer and civil rights activist. He was married to civil rights activist Grace Nell Johnson, and he was a leader in NAACP, where he started working in 1917. But we all know what he's best known for, which is the composer of Lift Every Voice and Sing, which all of a sudden the NFL got a hold of, and now everybody wants to sing the song. So we'll see how that continues on with these other associations. In 1920, he was chosen to be the executive secretary of NAACP, and he served in that position for 10 years. We also know that he wrote the autobiography of Ex-Colored Man and his poetry collection, 50 Years in God's Trombones, 7 Negro Sermons in Verse, were also critically acclaimed pieces of work. This sculpture that you see here was actually done by the famous African-American woman artist Augusta Savage. And it was done in 1939, and it's part of the collection at the Schomburg Research Center for Black Culture in Harlem, New York. Then we have this new bronze art of Brother Jose Williams in Atlanta's Mosley Park corridor. You know, he was born in 1926 in Attapulgis, Georgia, and died in Atlanta, Georgia. In 2000, he was made into Sigma at Morris Brown Zeta chapter. He was a civil rights leader, ordained minister, businessman, philanthropist, scientist. Do we see a trend here? This is who we are. This is who we are. He is best known as trusted member of a fellow famed civil rights activist that we all wonderfully know as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I always bring this up because I think it's a matter of note, but there was a white sculptor, I think, who did some of these commissions, and I'm always imploring that we use Black sculptors and Black artists to depict our work. So that's my little 2 cents on that. But this is part of a series of sculptures that are done in downtown Atlanta. And this was the first one in 2019. I think they're all done since 2021. Then we have our African heads of state. Our good friend earlier made mention of some of these men. On the left-hand side on the coin, you have Brother William Tolbert, President of Liberia, was a Liberian politician who served as the 20th president of Liberia from 1971 until his assassination in 1980. He was made a Sigma through Beta Upsilon Sigma chapter of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity, which is the chapter, I believe, in one of the chapters in Africa. This is the commemorative medal issued in 1976, which our government marked as the bicentennial, made out of silver. This obverse side is an image of a bust of President William Tolbert. You'll see 3 symbols: a palm tree, a plow, and of course, a dove. And so we understand what that means to us. It was produced by the Franklin Mint. The medal was a part of a series of 13 medals commemorating official visits of state during this bicentennial year. In the middle, you have Dr. Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, President of Nigeria, born in 1904 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died in 96 in Utuku, Nigeria. First president of Nigeria during the first Nigerian Republic, which existed between 63 to 66. He was made a Sigma through Mu chapter, Lincoln University, considered the driving force behind the nation's independence, and became known as the father of Nigerian nationalism. His statue was unveiled in December 17, 2018 at the Emo Hall of Fame. And then lastly, we have our good brother, Dr. Osig Yefu, Kwame Nkrumah. Osig Yefu is a title, which means redeemer, someone who won a battle victoriously, and it comes from the Akan language of Ghana. He was born in 1909 and died in April 1972. He was also made a Mu chapter at Lincoln University, and there was a connection between him and Brother Azikiwe mentioned earlier. He was a Ghanaian politician, political theorist, revolutionary. He was a prominent Pan-African organizer. I think Sigma's always been at the helm of Pan-Africanism. And a bold leadership helped lead Ghana to independence in 1957. Nkrumah was an inspiration to King, who often looked to Nkrumah's leadership as an activist. And this statue is located in what they call in Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. Also has the Kwame Nkrumah Museum and Mausoleum, which is a national park in Accra, Ghana. Dedicated to the memory of this first president, the mausoleum also houses the remains of Nkrumah and his wife. The park is located at the exact place where Nkrumah declared independence from British rule in 1957, if you can imagine that powerful space. The area, which was once housed the colonial era of the old polo grounds, has been transformed into a beautiful park filled with a variety of plants and trees that symbolize the dawn of a new era. The statue of Nkrumah stands at the park, highlighting his leadership role. Interestingly, the statue's position changes depending on the political climate. For those of us who follow African politics, we know what that's about. But this fluctuation symbolizes the changing perceptions of his legacy. And what I love about that thought is that it allows us to interpret human beings with nuance. sometimes we throw up statues of people and they just become deity. And I think that's a problematic thing that we need to pay attention to, even when it comes to the legacy of our good, notable Sigma brothers. So we know that this project was realized in '82 by Ghanaian architect Don Arthur, and it really stands as a testament to who he was. And I believe the statue is about 20 to 30 feet tall. There is another statue that you may have read about. So if you do some research, you'll see a second statue that was commissioned much earlier, right after he actually took the helm and became the first president, which was beheaded. And they removed the hands. And so that statue is actually still in that park too, because they're not afraid to tell that story and that complexity as well. So I can't wait to go see this park when I go make my visit one day to the beautiful land of Ghana. Here we have our good brother, John Lewis. He did so many great things in our world. I won't bother us with all these great things, but you know, he was born in 1940 in Pike County, died in 2020, very recently in Atlanta, Georgia, made a Sigma through Lambda Sigma. You'll see that this statue was on the left is at Rodney Cook Senior Park in Vine City, and it was unveiled on June 7, 2021. It did travel a bit. I think we spent some time in South Carolina. This also, coincidentally, I mentioned it was done by a white sculptor by the name of Gregory Johnson. The statue number 2 was done by an African-American artist. It is not complete yet. The African-American artist's name is Basil Watson. He has been selected by John Lewis Commemorative Task Force to create this 16-foot tall monument for Decatur Square, which will be in Atlanta, DeKalb County. The statue is replacing a Confederate obelisk. So this is part of that movement in front of the historic DeKalb Country Courthouse. So thank you for your time. I really wanted to get through this. There's so much to share. If you all have any questions of me later on, if you want to meet later, I'm happy to talk to you all. Those are my socials there if you want to grab those. And my website is museumjedi.com. It was a pleasure and honor to be here with you all today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Omar. Again, it's really an honor to just be around so many brothers well-versed in history, not only here in Moorland, but just around. When I first came to DC, I'm originally from Jacksonville, Florida, but when I interned in the summer of 2017 in DC, I was here for the Association of African American Museums conference. And I quickly noticed the Sigma pin on Omar's jacket. And ever since then, it's been a great relationship. So we're definitely honored to have you present for us. Can we give him another hand, brother? And so before I introduce Brother Willard Hutt, I do want to point out we do have some food that was catered by Sodexo. So how it'll work is after Brother Hutt comes up and gives a presentation, we'll do a slight 15-minute pause so everybody can go get some food, and then we'll return back to the program. So again, thank you all for those that came in person, and also thank you for those that are joining in live. I think John was saying we had about 40 members or 40 viewers on the live stream. So, and this will also be on Moorland's YouTube page once it's over, and anybody can access it across the world. So without further ado, I'll bring up Brother Willard Hutt, just a little bit about Brother Hutt. Willard Hutt was born in Dakar, Senegal, returning to the United States as an infant. Prince George County is where he was raised and attended the public school system there. He graduated from Potomac Senior High School. Later, Willard Hutt attended Simpson College in Indianola, Iowa. Indianola. It was at Simpson College where Willard Hutt joined Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated on March 29th, 1980. Over decades, Willard Hutt has concentrated his service to Sigma primarily in the field of history, serving on various committees and task force. So without further ado, Brother Willard Hutt.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. As I said, I went to Simpson College, Indianola, Iowa. That's where George Washington Carver went to school. So when Omar was lost for words, I had to jump in there and throw in that little ad for Simpson College, go Iowa. Okay. I've been to all of George Washington Carver parks, memorials, and monuments. He has a family connection to us. My great aunt, who was the dean of women here at Howard, knew George Washington Carver back in the day when she was working on her master's degree. While I'm on the state of Iowa, I want to introduce Sheila. Please stand, please. I was in Iowa to hear this woman speak when I fractured my ankle. I was not supposed to go hear her speak. They said, stay in the bed, because I fractured my ankle in 2 places and I was barely holding my foot onto my calf. So if you do too much, it's gonna come off and we're gonna have to do a lot of surgery. But I had to hear her speak. Her father was here at Howard, one of the first 50 Sigmas. He was one of the first honorary Sigmas. Yes. No, her father. Her father. Yes. Yeah, her father. So the reason why she excited me was because I did a research project in World War I, and her father's name came up, I don't know how many times. And he worked with the founders of Omega Psi-Phi, Cooper and Love, and they wrote down all the Black people from Washington, D.C., from Howard, from Morgan State, and we have a list of people based on what her father did. So thank you for that. Okay. Thomas. Gregory. Yes, Gregory. Yes. Yes.
Gregory.
Yes.
Thomas Montgomery Gregory.
Yes. And he taught here at Howard and fought in World War I. And I did a large project on that, which you'll be hearing about hopefully soon. So on to me. Do I move the slide? Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure that you, let me go back, that you saw the name of my trail is called Journey on the Trail of African American History. And I did that when I was a senior in high school at the age of 17. I was working on my Eagle Scout. I'd become a Life Scout. I was approved to become an Eagle Scout. So what happened was I had to come up with a project to work on. I had to demonstrate leadership. I had to do physical exercise, and I had to present something for the community. So what I decided to do was do a walking trail of history. I wanted to do American history because the bicentennial had just passed, and I found that everything had already been done. So I said, well, I need a theme. And I said, there are no Black trails. The federal government looked, Department of Interior, National Park Service, there were no Black themed trails. So I said, that's what I'm going to do. So let me explain how this works. In the center, you see the National Trail System. That was created in 1968 by Morris Udall, who was a congressman from Arizona who became the Secretary of the Interior. His family were outdoorsmen, so he said, this is something we need to do. And as you look around, you'll see all the different trails. You have National Scenic Trails, which are over 700 miles long. You have National Historic Trails, which are over 500 miles long. In the very corner, you'll see the American Discovery Trail, which is 6,000 miles long. It loops the entire United States, includes all the lower 48. So, and then of course the Appalachian Trail, which is the most used trail and most known trail, and also the most dangerous. So, and those are, the Appalachian Trail is 2,300 miles long. goes from Maine to Georgia. So very few people have done it. They've tried it, but it's still the most popular trail in America. You have water trails, which are strictly river trails. You take your boat or whatever you're gonna do, put it in the water, and you go from site to site along the water. The last trail that was created was called the National Recreation Trail. You'll see it there in the red, white, and blue. So the National Recreation Trail was simple. It was designed for city, it was designed for urban use, and it was designed to be less than 50 miles long. So that was the one I used. So I was gonna create a national recreational trail on Black history based on Washington, DC. I was going to use Prince George's County, but let's just say we weren't as enlightened on African-American history in Prince George's County as we are now. And Brother Martinez can definitely fill in the blanks on that. The official name, once it was dedicated, which is a long story, and I'm not gonna go through all of it, it's called the Washington, DC Black History National Recreational Trail. It was established February 13, 1987. It was signed into law by Secretary of the Interior Donald Hodel and Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time. They had to sign it and prove it for me to get money to run the trail. And that didn't last long because the next president, President Bush, got rid of the funding for trails. So as I was telling Omar, I've had to fund the trail myself. This has been for 45 years. So I created a nonprofit to create money to buy brochures and do other things, put up signage around the city. Okay, the trail is 7.5 miles long, starts in Southeast at Frederick Douglass's house, which you'll see all the sites. And it winds through the city, all through all four quadrants of the city, and it ends up in Georgetown at a Black cemetery called Mount Union. I'll explain all that later. But that's essentially it. So before I could get this far, I had to do research to put each site together, explain why it was significant and why we needed to include it. The other thing is that because they passed the ADA Act, all the sites had to be ADA compliant except for those that are exempt, that were way over 100 years old. I can safely say Frederick Douglass's home and council house have elevators, so disabled people can get in. That didn't mean anything to me at first. I was kind of like, why do we need all that? Now I'm the poster child for elevators and the ADA Act. So, all right. Now, I was explaining earlier, these are my partners. The National Park Service, that's where I get most of the material and some money. The Department of Interior has another department called Trails and Rivers. They used to provide money. That's where I got the bulk of my money from Trails and Rivers. The district government is my oldest partner and the weakest. They have not done what they're supposed to do. I'm gonna just say that. So I'm not being politically correct, I'm telling the truth. And then the other organization you see there is the Association for the Education and Preservation of African American History. That is the nonprofit I started to fund the trail. I got money from private sources, very rich people in Georgetown who actually liked the part that I included that cemetery in Georgetown. So for 45 years, I funded this myself. Well, through the nonprofit. But the last 3 years, I'm not gonna lie, it's been very dry, very. So I'm gonna make a more concerted effort through the Park Service to bring the trail back to its normal standards. Okay. Washington, DC, Black History National Recreational Trails. The biggest award you see there is called the Millennium Trail. This was done for the Millennium in 2000. It's signed by Hillary Clinton. And I have another one from the Secretary of the Interior. And if you notice on the bottom, it says, this trail has been voted as one of the best managed, marketed, and used trails in America for 25 consecutive years. So for 25 consecutive years, I've been in the top 50. The trail's been in the top 50 of all trails in America. Now, let me break that down for you. If you put the 6 categories of trails together, there are 13,000 trails that are recognized by the federal government. That's over 500,000 miles of trails. And this little trail, 7.5 miles, was considered one of the best in the country for 25 consecutive years. So it was total, it was 32 years, but 25 consecutive. So this is the monument that I built, and I'm going to continue to build on, but you'll see. The picture next to that is myself as a Boy Scout at 11 years old, my first year going to Boy Scout Camp Goshen. I'm squinting there because my father took my picture directly into the sun. And yes, I was a Boy Scout, and I did become an Eagle Scout later. So the other picture on the end is from Chet Magazine. For those of you who don't know, it's an African American history magazine. It came out every week. So yeah, it came out every week. It's a little magazine, but it covered a lot. That's myself receiving a proclamation from Marion Barry. I received one from the city council, and I got another one from the Secretary of the Interior. I still have the 2 from the city. The one from the Secretary of Interior was damaged by a flood, unfortunately. Now, these are only 3 citations of all the awards my trails won, which would probably be over 60 in 45 years. And this is the cover to the left of the first brochure. And yes, it is that dark. It was made on a printing press. You ran the paper through and the ink would stamp onto the paper. So yeah, it's that dark. So for those of you who live here in Washington, D.C. or know the area, if you see that church spire in the background and think about it, that's where the Southeast Southwest Freeway runs now. This was Emancipation Day. This is when all the African American slaves were freed in Washington, D.C. in 1862. This particular illustration is called Jubilee of Emancipation. Now, we've upgraded the brochure, the one on the right. It started in 2001. We got full funding for it. We printed over 100,000 of these since 2001. And I have 10,000 in my parents' garage, and that's all that's left. So we will be seeking funds and to expand the trail. The first site is Frederick Douglass's house, one of the fanciest houses in Washington in the 19th century. Had central heating before the White House did. He has underground wells, so he had fresh water at all times. It doesn't have it didn't have indoor plumbing. They did fix that. But this is one of the nicest properties in Washington. So that was Frederick Douglass's house, which has been closed for 3 years. It just opened this year. And I did take the tour. You've got to see what they've done to it. If you haven't been there before, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but trust me, they did some work. It looks incredible. So the next site is the Lincoln Park and Lincoln Statue. This used to be called Emancipation Park, but for some reason, people didn't like that name. So they changed it to Lincoln Park. If you look at the statue, Lincoln is standing over a slave who has broken his chains and is about to stand up. This statue is going to be moved, probably destroyed, because people think it's racist, among other things. But it was designed by a slave. It was built by slaves. It was paid for by slaves. And this is what they wanted. You have to understand, maybe by our standards, this isn't right, but by their standards, this is what they wanted. So I say save it, and the conversation's been going on. We'll see what happens in time. The other part of this is the park is Mary McLeod Bethune's statue, the first African-American woman to be portrayed in a national park, and a proud member of the Sigma Theta, ma'am, Mrs. Adams, just so you know. So Mary McLeod Bethune started Bethune College. She later merged it with Cookman College and made Bethune-Cookman. She also started National Council of Negro Women, and it's still in existence today and still very relevant. Mary McLeod Bethune and Dorothy Height lived on Vermont Avenue in Washington, D.C., and they used to open their houses to prominent people who were passing through, especially Martin Luther King and other civil rights leaders. So she's very eloquently and often. She was in an organization called the Black Cabinet, not official cabinet members, but they advised Franklin Roosevelt. Metropolitan AME Church is the oldest Black congregation in Washington, D.C. It was founded in 1802, and this particular building was built in 1882, and it still exists. Very prominent Black people have been funeralized there. The last important person I can think of was Rosa Parks. And this is Council House. This is where the National Council of Negro Women was founded, and she rented out of her house. They have a separate building, and they have a building on Pennsylvania Avenue, the only Black organization to have to own property on Pennsylvania Avenue. And you can see in the picture there at Tuskegee, where Booker T. Washington is lifting the cloak of ignorance off of a formerly enslaved person. You can see Mary McLeod Bethune to the right, and the other two women who escaped, whose names escaped me, they were Deltas, and they were also past presidents of Delta Sigma Theta. But this is for a conference on how to move the race forward. This was done right after the Depression and right before World War II, excuse me. So she was a very prominent person. She was very proud. She had a personal relationship with Eleanor Roosevelt. So that's how she got to be so prominent and powerful. Oh, I passed it. How do I go back? Okay. This was added from not on the original trail because it didn't exist. This is this African American Civil War Memorial on U Street, and you can see the statue. If you look in the back, in the very back, on the picture on the right, you'll see several panels. They have 252,000 names on those panels. Those are people who fought in the Civil War that were African American. Now, I didn't know how trustworthy this was. It was done. And lo and behold, I looked at it and found my great-great-grandfather fought in the Civil War. And I have his draft papers or sign-up papers, and he could read, but he couldn't write, and he just put a big X on it. But I knew it was his because he put an X on some other things, and the way he did his X is the same. So this is my great grandfather who fought in the Civil War. And so this is another reason why when things like this come up, even if they're just symbols of things, we have to live through what our ancestors lived through. And we have to understand that they gave of themselves more than they gave of themselves so that we would have more. And I think we're dropping the ball as parents, as citizens. You just go outside and wait a few minutes for crime to be held. Hear some gunshots. Where's John? You know, we used to come here every Founders Day for 36 years, minus COVID. And we used to have Founders Day celebrations. How many times did we hear gunshots off in the background? You know, we just, you know, but I'm saying we have to do better as a people. This is LaTroy Park. Most people pass by this every day, every single day. But this is the first Black community for upper middle class people ever built in the United States. So these were professors and teachers here at Howard. These were doctors who were at Freedman's Hospital. I think most of us old enough know Freedman's Hospital. And if you look at the picture on the left, that's Griffith Stadium. And there's the hospital to the right. Yeah, that's where the senators used to play and the Black senators used to play. Now, I don't know why this turned into a Delta show, but if you look in the center picture, there's half a house. There's half a house. That's Robert Terrell, who was a Sigma, one of the first 50 Sigmas. He was a lawyer. He was the first Black municipal judge in America, and he was a Sigma. That's also Mary Church Terrell's house. That was his wife. And she was a proud member, one of the first members of Delta Sigma Theta. So, and that's not that far from here. It's walking distance. So, the National Park Service bought the house from Howard, and they're going to turn it into a museum. And they're going to feature Robert Terrell, and they're going to feature Mary Church Terrell. I've been asked to participate, to add this to the trail, and to help guide them on long-term use of the space. So I know the Deltas always do things in a big way, so I'm hoping that Phi Beta Sigma will help step up and bring honor to Robert Terrell as a lawyer and the first Black judge, municipal judge in America. This is Howard University. That's Founders Hall. That's where we are right now. So that's self-explanatory. Now, when I put Howard on the trail, I did not include a biography of Oliver Otis Howard, but I am going to put one on there, and I'm going to add that he was the first commander of the Buffalo Soldiers, the 9th and 10th Cavalry, and later the 24th and 25th Infantry. The Howard is called the Bison because of General Howard being out in the West. So everything is involved with everything else. So this is part of Howard's history, is part of our history too. Okay. Now, this is the cemetery I was telling you about in Georgetown. This is Mount Union Cemetery. If you notice, all the tombstones are knocked over, and some of them had been set on fire. And all these people were enslaved that were interned in the cemetery. Now, for those of you who didn't know, Georgetown was not always a part of Washington, D.C. Georgetown was a separate city. Rock Creek Park was the dividing line. And for those of you who didn't know, there were more people, 5 times as many Black people in Georgetown as there were white people. Georgetown was a Black enclave. They were working class. Some of them were maids and servants for some of the really rich people we know to live in Georgetown. But we outnumbered them. We owned property because in DC, Black people couldn't own property until the 50s. So these people actually owned land and they had jobs. I mean, they had zero unemployment. So where the Kennedy Center is now, there used to be a bunch of breweries and distilleries, and Black people worked there. They either made wood for the cask, sailed the boats, or worked in a distillery or brewery. So in 1905, the city went bankrupt because the C&O Canal wasn't making money and they kept pouring money into it. So they signed an agreement to be annexed by Washington, D.C. All right, I'm almost done. I have another presentation after this one. It's going to be real brief. This is proposed new sites. For the last 2 years, I've been talking to the National Park Service. There's been some turnover, a positive turnover for me. So a lot of things are going to be taken off really, really, really soon. So I put the Supreme Court on here because a lot of decisions affected Black people's lives from the Supreme Court, but because it's become a center of problems, we were asked to take it off the list because you can't go in all the time, and we don't want to put people in harm's way. The U.S. Capitol is a little different because you can go underground and get in, and they screen you. So I kept the U.S. Capitol on there. The statue of A. Philip Randolph in the train station, I wanted to add that. It's open all the time, it's no problem. Carter G. Woodson's house was on the original trail, but it wasn't open, so we're going to add it back, and his statue not too far away. And of course, Martin Luther King, his statue wasn't around when I created this 45 years ago. So I would like to add the Martin Luther King statue. Now, the building in the center, none of you know what that is, but everyone in this room knows what it is. It's the 12th Street Y. That's where Phi Beta Sigma was founded, for those of you who don't know. At that building, it's still a historic building, and it still has a big prominence in the community. So I would like to add it to the trail. And then I didn't mention the elephant on the page because this is a problem. That's the African American History Museum, sponsored by Smithsonian. For 45 years, I've asked that patrons on my trail be able to go into the African American History Museum. And for 45 years, I've been told no. So I've been told that people are more respectful of what I'm trying to do. And I think we'll actually be able to add this to the trail. So there's a Supreme Court. That's how it normally looks, not gated up and guarded by armed guards. That's the backside of the Capitol. And it looks a little different because there aren't a lot of Trumpers running around with flags. And there's A. Philip Randolph. Somebody asked where it was. If you've been in the train station lately, there's a level where there's stores, and then there's an eatery, bunch of eateries. It's between the two of those. It's Starbucks. Yeah, Starbucks. There you go. Thank you, Peter. This is Carter G. Woodson. He's an Omega. I'm going to hold that against him. He made everything that I've done for Black history possible. His indexing, his research, him paving the way. He did that. And he started the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, which is still around and still doing good work. The site is run by the Park Service. It turned into a crack house at some point, and the city boarded it up. They were going to tear it down, but the National Park Service bought it and fixed it up. It's being renovated again. It'll open soon, and I will be there to add this to the trail. So that's that. And this is the statue at the beginning of the Shaw neighborhood. So this is about Carter G. Woodson. Now, does anybody know where the name Shaw came from? Go ahead, Damien.
I believe it was Shaw Junior High School.
Well, that's who, yes and no, yes. But it's named after Robert Gould Shaw, who, if you saw Glory with Morgan Freeman and Denzel Washington, he was the white commander of the Black troops, the 54th Massachusetts. He was killed in the battle, but to commemorate his willingness to work with Black people and lead us into successful battles, not that first one, but the rest of them, they called the area Shaw. Just somebody called it Shaw. So, and here's Martin Luther King's statue. The Park Service owns that, so that's not even a conversation. That's a done deal. And here's my problem child. So I desperately want that on the trail. It's my hope and dream that they will acquiesce and put this on the trail. So I got one more slide. Hold on. But I wasn't going to introduce this today. I was going to wait till the regional conference. Okay, that's the 12th Street Y. This one. I'm going to create a walking tour and driving tour of Washington, D.C. for Phi Beta Sigma. Now, Dr. Kevin Christian knows I've been pushing for this. I stopped working on it for health reasons. I'm better, I'm healthier. I looked through all the sites that we have, and I decided on these. I know international headquarters is about to be torn down, but we can start with the new one. We will keep Howard University, and now that we have the memorial, we can draw attention to that and the tree. I took pictures of the trees today. The 12th Street Y, which is less than a mile from here where we were started, in Anthony Bowen Room, will be on the trail. Robert and Mary Church Terrell's house, which is being renovated right now by the National Park Service, will be on the trail. Then we will go to Dr. Locke's house, which is not open to the public, but for this kind of trail, it doesn't have to be. But there's a huge plaque on the outside that says this is where Dr. Locke lived. Right across the street from Dr. Locke is where the old Alpha Sigma house was. And we will recognize that house as well. So further down the street from the Alpha Sigma house is A. Lason Taylor's home, which is owned by somebody private. And I've been pushing the city to put up a plaque to recognize that that was his house. So the city doesn't have a problem with it. Some of the ANC commissioners and the person that owned the house has been resistant. So, but we are going to have it on the trail. We may not have a placard, but you will know that that's where A. Langston Taylor was. And then the first Sigma headquarters, not Bill Doerr's house. It was on T Street. It's not there anymore, but we can get a marker there to mark where it was. So we can say Phi Beta Sigma existed on this property at this time for these years. Okay, so based on that, I'm gonna create a trail. I'm gonna have to do some research. We're gonna have to wait for some of these places to be renovated, but we will have a walking or driving tour to brothers to see Washington, D.C. and learn Sigma history. Now in the back, I would like to recognize Daryl Anderson, our 11th Executive Director, and proud member of the DSC, the Distinguished Service Chapter, the highest honor in Sigma. I brought him up because I would like, well, he won't be here, his last day will be in May, but I would like to have the brochures at headquarters so that when brothers and Zetas and other greats of Divine Nine who care can come and walk the tour and learn Sigma history. So that concludes my trail, okay? I have one more presentation, it won't take me long. I want you to see this. This is a secondary presentation on the historical preservation and the needs of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. For those of you who didn't know, our cause piece on its way was founded when our fraternity was founded, January 9th, 1914. That is as concrete and as old as the organization itself. Underneath is putting history and tradition first through knowledge and understanding. As the Eastern Regional Historian, that has been my principle for the last 8 years. My goal is to go back to the traditions of our founders. I would like to see us on Founders Day celebrate the founders and not each other. We have 364 days a year to look at each other. Let's look at the founders on Founders Day. We did this ceremony, the rededication ceremony in Zeta Chi Sigma in Prince George's County, and brothers were weeping. We had to stop at one point because they realized either I'm not putting in all I can do for Sigma, or I didn't know all this when we went through the ritual. So my goal as Eastern Regional Historian is to make sure that we honor the founders, okay? And that's on this one particular day, but every day as well. I say this day because we always go down and sing the hymn. I remember I was talking to John, we've had as little as 9 members out there in the code singing the hymn, and then right before COVID hit, we had 500 and 100 Zetas in the center when we sang the hymn. In fact, it was so loud, the policeman up here went down there to see what we were doing because it was that loud. That's Founders Day. Founders Day is about the founders, why we were here. If you reflect on how on your birthday, I was born, I'm here, what am I gonna do with my life? Then we should be doing that with the fraternity. Now, this is self-explanatory. This is what an archive should look like. And I'm sure when we take our tour, that's what we're gonna see, right? Okay. And through nobody's fault, our history does not look like this, and it's not being kept like this. This is why we need to have our stuff here. So be properly cared for, acid-free boxes, cotton gloves, special lighting, and air conditioning. Our immediate needs. All our Sigma history is everywhere. It's all over the country. People's basements, boxed up. We need to get in those boxes and find out what we have. Categorize it, index it, so that when we put it in these acid-free boxes and go back, then that's what we'll do. Okay. Now, we need to decide the condition of what we have. How good is it? How bad is it? Is it gonna fall apart? Do we need to put it in glass? Do we need to put it on special cardboard so it won't fall apart till we can scan it? That kind of thing. Okay. To find the information, once we get it here, we're gonna have to index it, associate it with something. And that's gonna take a lot of time and effort, okay? We have videos, we have recordings, we have books, we have papers, and I have photographs. Do you realize on my Facebook page, I have 25,000 pictures posted just of Phi Beta Sigma events, and another 12,000 of just Zeta Phi Beta. And since our president of the National Panhellenic Council is here, I have 6,000 pictures of the National Panhellenic Council, Prince George's County, over the last 10 years. So it takes up very little space on a hard drive. But if we want to look at it, we're going to have to index it, or you'll just have a bunch of pictures that don't mean anything. So we've been written up in the papers positively. I don't know where all those articles are. We should share that so that everybody knows Phi Beta Sigma isn't just laying around, we're doing stuff. Okay, secondary needs. Identify biographies of key people. I'm gonna pick on Peter since he's here. I know a lot about Peter. We've known each other, what, 30 years?
At least.
Okay, but there are things about him I didn't know. But unfortunately, when his brother died, I found out things I didn't know about Peter. And I bet none of you know these things either. So at some point, we need to sit down with Peter and other presidents and other regional directors and put all this information together. Tell us what you want to be remembered as, how you want to be viewed. You know, what are your outstanding qualities? So I'm gonna show you another slide which will emphasize what I'm getting ready to say. We know a lot, but we don't know a lot. We know when certain things happen, but we can't prove it. And as these young men will tell you, in history, it's what you can prove. I can say anything. I can say A. Langston Taylor was a midget. No, he was 6'4". But, we have proof that he was 6'4". But I can't say that and I provide you any proof. Everything we say has to be proven. And Omar knows that better than anybody because he worked on the lynching project for Maryland. And you can't just say this guy was killed. You have to go into great detail. So I understand, and I want y'all to understand it's not as simple as you think it's going to be. So we may sign an agreement, but it's going to take 3 or 4 or 5 years before we can actually use it on a regular basis. Okay. We need to identify all the meetings, state meetings, regional conferences, national conclaves, special events, leadership summits. And I looked when I was doing the Eastern Regional History. Do you know how many special meetings, leadership meetings we've had in the Eastern region just in the last 50 years? It's more than 25. So I can't imagine what's going on in the other regions. I know we were just in Philadelphia in 2022. I know we were in Charlotte in 2012. But other than that, think about it. What else did we do? We have to catalog it, prove it, have programs. And people say, oh, yeah, okay. We really did do that. So that's part of this. Now, I came back to the 12th Street YMCA. The picture in the middle is a reenactment of the founding of Phi Beta Sigma in the Anthony Bowen room. This was taken by Addison Scurlock. If you look in the Smithsonian, it'll say reenactment of the founding of Phi Beta Sigma. I don't know who those people are, but obviously they knew that's where we were founded. Now that room, as you see it there, does not exist anymore. It has been subdivided. The only room that is still there is Langston Hughes used to live in the 12th Street Y, and Paul Lawrence Dunbar lived in the 12th Street Y for a while. Those are the only 2 rooms that have not been changed. Everything else has been changed. So if we want to document where we were founded, we're going to need a mountain of papers. Okay. Now, the man on the left is Anthony Bowen. Does anybody know anything about Anthony Bowen? Okay. He was a slave. He was born in Prince George's County. He lived in the Riverdale mansion of Odin Bowie, the founder of Odenton and the founder of Bowie, the city of Bowie. His grandfather was the founder of the University of Maryland. And he expanded Maryland from just an agricultural school to other things. So Anthony Bowen served them. So when Anthony Bowen found out we were about to have emancipation for slaves in DC, he left his Riverdale home and went to Washington. Now, for those of you who were at the Centennial, there was a bridge you had to cross on Connecticut Avenue. His house was like 2 football fields away from that bridge. So he left Riverdale, came into DC. He was a Catholic. He was raised Catholic by the people, Odin Bowie, whose great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was the founder of the state of Maryland. So it was Maryland was founded as a Catholic colony. So he was Catholic. So he became a Protestant, and he liked the service, and he joined the Young Men's Christians organization, and he was very big in the YMCA. So when he died, they wouldn't let him name the 12th Street Y to Anthony Bowen Y. There is an Anthony Bowen Y MCA in Washington, D.C. now, but they said, we'll give him a room. And there you have it, Anthony Bowen room. That's how we got there. Now, just like it took me a while to explain all that to you, it's going to take a lot of paper to explain all that and prove it. Now, I'm almost done. I want you to look at this picture. It's for the Sigmas. There's 2 people in there I couldn't identify for the life of me. The gentleman to the far, far left and the gentleman between Langston Taylor and Leonard F. Morris. I knew he had to be prominent to be sitting there. So he didn't look like he did when he was young. That's why I didn't know who he was. But since we have a representative of, yes, yeah, that is Dr. John Woodhouse, the founder of Zeta Sigma. So next to him on either side is A. Langston Taylor, the primary founder of Phi Beta Sigma. Next to him is Leonard F. Morris, who gave us our name. On the other side of A. Langston Taylor is Jesse W. Lewis, Alpha Chapter member, first DSC member. So there you have it. You know, there's Dr. Locke. We've been talking about Dr. Locke all day. And the last guy is James Billboard Jackson. Now, I'm gonna ask a question. Who was James Billboard Jackson? Okay. How many of y'all know what the Green Book is? How many of y'all seen the movie? Okay. The only reason why the Green Book exists is because of advertising. Because Black people didn't have enough money, okay? Didn't have enough money to buy the book. So what he did is he went out and got advertising. ExxonMobil, or Exxon back, Esso back then Exxon, then ExxonMobil. You know, Gulf Oil, which doesn't exist anymore, Sunoco. You know, certain places that didn't discriminate against Black people advertising the Green Book. So everybody who's ever had a Green Book and gone from the north to the south or somewhere could do it because of James Billboard Jackson. He was so prolific at getting advertising that he was hired by some of the best magazines in the world. And one of them was Billboard. You know, the top 50, top 100, he got advertising for them, and whatever he wanted to do on his own, they let him do it and paid for it. So These men sitting at this table aren't poop butts. They're some of the most magnanimous men at Phi Beta Sigma. All of them are DSC members. So I just wanted y'all to see that. Now, Kevin and I don't know about him, I got about 50 pictures. I don't know who's in the picture. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what city it's in. Clarence Johnson, former Great Lakes Regional Director, he's a Great Lakes Regional Director when I came in. He looked at the picture and said, this is Chicago. I can tell you exactly where it is. And he broke everything down, but he's 92. He couldn't remember everybody. So while we got certain people here, we need to get out and get them looking at pictures. You know, take them time. You don't have to do it in one day. We can make copies and let them stare at it till they're blue in the face, blue and white, by the way. But then we'll know. All right. Short term. Identify people who have photographs. And then find other people who have photographs. Put them together. Certain events, certain people, whatever you want to do. We can digitize it, and then you can have multiple copies of the same person at the same event representing different things. So Kevin and I had identified the oldest Sigmas in the Eastern region. Then COVID hit, and we're going to have to start over because everybody on the list we had has died. So at some point, we are going to have to go back out and find the oldest members to interview them, get some pictures in front of them, do some things to find some information. Long term, what is our goal? Our goal is a history book. That's always our goal. So part of a history book is deciding what do you want it to say. So I'm gonna skip to the next page. The two people in the center, William Sherman Savage on the right, Paul Lawrence Riddick on the left. Those two men wrote our first history book. William Sherman Savage became a Sigma in 1915. He helped find several chapters, Gamma chapter, Eta chapter. He founded 6 undergraduate chapters and 2 graduate chapters. So if he wrote the history book, he knew what he was talking about. And even he had problems filling in the blanks because he couldn't find enough written information to back up what he remembered. Dr. Riddick, he was everywhere. He was at Morehouse, he was at Temple, he was at Alabama A&M. But what he's most noted for, he is the second director of the Schomburg Center in New York. And he was the one who went through this process of organizing everything. And that's where I got some of my information from his notes on what's important and how to find it. Okay. And then if we're going to do a history book, and I'm not putting the time on it, this is our 110th year. The next natural time frame would be 125 years. So we have 15 years. But if we're going to do it right, we're going to have to put everything together first in one place. Now, the book we came out with, Anthony Samad, the guy on the right, wrote, he had a lot of resources, and because he's a college professor, he got even more. But we may not be as gifted to have somebody like him. So our goal is to get everything in one spot, put it together, and have scholarly people, knowledgeable people, people who can write, which I can, and put our history together. So I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no problem.
Well, they're just sitting down. I'm going to ask you a question. I was waiting for you to start walking to the seats first. Two things to consider. I didn't see Woodlawn Cemetery.
No.
And the second thing is, on your new trail, please consider the new Sigma house as a part of the new Sigma History Trail.
Not a bad idea.
And what, so is I.O. Scruggs, the house that I.O. Scruggs identified in 1950, I believe, is that on your trail?
Yes, yes, that's the last house.
That's the last house.
That last house
Okay.
on the trail.
So that was considered headquarters. Okay.
Yeah, that was the headquarters, that's where all the stuff came in. Now, a lot of that stuff was sent to Bill Thor and Brooklyn to match everything up. Yes, sir.
There's a, meeting place in the book, Fifth Street. It's broken down now, but, it was up for a while. That's a good place also to look at.
Okay.
All right, thank you again, Brother Hutt. So we're gonna take about 15 minutes. Everybody grab some refreshments. We're gonna come back at 1:30, okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Carver. That's a definitely compliment. Hey, what did you do there?
A little bit. I tried to hold it. Look, when he was
Dr. Frost, how you doing, sir? You got it. All right. Can they zoom in or do they want me to hold it? Oh, okay, okay. Hey, you bought Gamma's charter for me? You bought the charter for me?
Any other relatives?
So to be a bad she said, I don't know. I've been together there will be no deal of history.
All right,
It was like
John,
Is that founders right there? Are they in front of the library?
Same,
Yeah.
if you look at the top of the, everything.
When you want to do it? Well, Jackson, I go get it. I just wanted to know that because you're one of the reasons I'm speaking here.
You all got help.
So, we switch up this about I'm in the Maryland, Peter, for the Q&A. Yeah.
I know, we got you, we got you. We're gonna read off your bio. All right, if we all can get back to our seats, please. We're getting ready to get back started here, brothers. Can we all make our way back to our seats, please? Okay, we about to go in and get started. About to go in and get started. If everybody can make their way back to their seats, please. We about to go in and get started. For the second half of our presentations. We just want to say again, thank you, brothers, for coming out today. Thank you to all of those that are tuning in via the live stream. We're going to keep the ball rolling. Okay, we're going to keep the ball rolling. We're going to hear momentarily from Brother Dr. Kevin Christian, as he'll be giving us a presentation on historical artifacts. Okay, and then we'll hear from our international historian, Brother Dr. Kenneth Lewis. And then we'll have a few closing remarks from some distinguished brothers of Phi Beta Sigma. And then we'll open it up for a quick Q&A. And then we're going to end off with a tour of Moorland-Spingarn Research Center given by me and John. Okay? So we're going to go right into the next piece. So I'll bring up Brother John Kennedy.
Thank you, B. All settled. I've been an archivist for 10 years, and it's very seldom within this field that you meet other Black archivists, or just people, Black men and women within the libraries that are as passionate about Black history as you might be. When I was the university archivist at Dillard University, I had the honor and pleasure of meeting a brother who was just as passionate about Black history as I was, but also the preservation of the same. And that brother is Brother Christian, so I hope I do this introduction, his due diligence. Since 1999, Brother Dr. Kevin Christian has been blessed with collecting the history of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. As one of the co-founding members of the Sigma Historical Society and the Sigma Museum, Brother Christian has collaborated very closely with the immediate past historian, Brother Mark Passage, we all call him Mallet, in the preservation and restoration of our vast history. He has met and worked with some legends in our fraternity. He continues to enjoy learning more about the fraternity and its progression over the years. During his administration as the 22nd Eastern Regional Director, the Honorable Brother William E. Powell Jr. appointed Brother Christian as the Eastern Regional Historian. Brother Christian was selected as an at-large member of the Centennial History Committee under the administration of the Honorable Jonathan Mason Sr. He has served on staff of both the Crescent and Our Cause magazine from 2007 to 2017, and authored Today in Sigma History on the BlueFire.net blog. He has presented and displayed numerous historical items at various conclaves, regional conferences, chapter events, and at several colleges and universities. He prides himself on learning from older, seasoned brothers and in collaborating with younger brothers to keep our fraternity history alive and vibrant. He is a graduate of Hampton University, and earned a doctorate in higher education administration from George Mason University in 2018. His dream for the fraternity and for the history that he has collected is to have it stored and properly cared for in one place so that 50 years from now, Sigmas will be able to touch, see, feel, and treasure the history in which they come from. He thanks the ancestors daily for their guidance and wisdom on his journey and all he wants all Sigmas to know. Now I'd like to bring up Brother Kevin Christian.
Good afternoon, everybody. Was Brother Kennedy talking about me? I tell you, it has been a very interesting journey for me in my walk. Back in 1999, I received an email from Brother Mallet, Brother Pasage, and he was looking for Sigma items from 1914 to 1970. And I was very blessed, being a member of Alpha Sigma chapter, to sit at the feet of Francis Hall, the author of the Sigma Light, to sit at the feet of Brother George Owens, who pledged Tri-Alpha chapter in 1933, to sit at the feet of my dear Uncle George, Brother George Nelson, who pledged at Tennessee State in 1939. And I said I wasn't gonna weep up, but I feel the ancestors in this room today. I can feel it when I see these pictures, when I see my brothers here. As a young Sigma, Brother John Jackson used to take me under his wing and guide me and take me to interview some of these brothers. Brother Hall was one of them. Brother Eric Gilliam would say, yeah, you need to talk to this brother, you need to talk to this brother. And he connected me with Brother Clarence Pear, who at the time was 101 years old. And Brother Pear wrote me a letter about his early days here at Sigma. And in one of the letters that we have, he talked about the founding of Zeta Phi Beta because he was on the committee that did it. So you can imagine, like I said, standing here, being before you, and why this is important. And I say the ancestors guide me every day, because if you would have told me 30 years ago that I would be someone who had collected my fraternity's history, I probably would have laughed at you or told you, no, not me. But I owe so many people for my journey. Today, I just want to talk real quickly. I realize we're in the essence of time, about some of the artifacts that I have collected with relation to Howard University. One of the earliest is 1918 certificate of Brother Madison Tignor, who pledged. The fraternity was 4 years old when he pledged. It is housed at the Alpha Sigma house because he was after he left Alpha chapter, he was a prominent member of Alpha Sigma. So you can take a look at that there. It's not one of the earliest. Brother Mallet has one of the earliest, but it's one of the earliest that I've collected. So I want you to know that. Another thing that I have, and we were just, myself, Brother Kennedy, and Dr. Fryers, Brother Dr. Fryers were up here. We're looking at pictures that I have been able to get a hold of Howard, and you can see the backgrounds in a lot of these pictures where they are. This one is a 1919 picture of the graduating class. I went through the 1919 yearbook and I found two brothers who are Sigma in there. And this, you said this is like right out here on campus? Okay, they said it's right in the back here on campus. Another one is our 1949 conclave, our 35th anniversary picture, which is right out here in front of Founders. Okay. The oldest yearbook that I have is from 1925. This is a hilltop from 1938 that announces the death of Dr. Edward Porter Davis, who was one of our earliest, one of the earliest in Sigma, one of our charter members, who was also a dean of arts and sciences and Latin here at Howard University. And I have a letter that he wrote with his original signature on it. Right behind me, everybody kind of knows what this is. You can see it's our 20th anniversary conclave, and taken right down here, the right where the statue is, and just highlighting all of the work and what Phi Beta Sigma was in the early years. Just want to just grab this real quick because this is very dear to me. How many of you still have your brain when you pledge? Your brain. Okay? I still kept it in the bag that he gave it to me. This is Brother Hall's brain from 1935. He even says in here, Brother Francis L. Hall, class of 38, Howard University, 1935. He has signatures and names of so many great signatures in here, in his brain. And one other thing, he was the author of the Sigma Light, and that's so very dear to so many of us. And one day his daughters called me up to his home and they said, Daddy left you something up here. I said, okay, get in my car, drive up there, having no idea what it is. His original lights. With all of his, I have his notes, his manuscript, everything. So very dear. So you see why this is important. But one other thing I'd like to tell you is please, Brother Hutton mentioned it, please connect with families. Please follow your leads. Brother Francis Hall one day told us that Brother Taylor retired from the Smithsonian as an elevator operator. A lot of us didn't believe it. What? What? You're kidding me, right? No. So we had Brother Lyndon Houston, who's an outstanding, Brother Dr. Lyndon Houston, who's an outstanding researcher, do some research on it, and he couldn't come up with anything. I go to the conclave in 2013, and I meet Brother Omar Eaton Martinez. You see how this is lining up? See how it is? And Brother Martinez and I are talking, and at the time, Brother Martinez worked at the Smithsonian. I call him up one day, and I say, Brother Hall told us that Brother Taylor worked at the Smithsonian. Can you do some research for me? So he said, give me some more information. I give him some more information. He contacted his staff and his team. They gave me like a folder on Founder Taylor with information and things. So I asked Omar, I said, can I release this? Can I share this? And his colleague and him shared with me. They said, this is public information. You can come off the street and find this information. So it's doing the research and making sure that you are connected. But another special thing I want to share with you about following leads, staying in contact with families, and even when someone tells you something that you may not believe, still go the extra mile. Dr. Keith King, Brother Dr. Keith King out of Iowa, was doing research on Sigmas in World War I. And he told me, one day he called me up at work and he's like, you're not gonna believe this. He said, do you know who Brother Thomas Montgomery Gregory is? I said, yes, he was one of our honorary members. He said, he has a daughter living in DC. And I did the same thing that Brother Adams did. I said, ain't no way. A Sigma made in 1914 has a daughter here in Washington, DC. And lo and behold, he does. I called up his daughter, Miss Sheila Gregory Thomas, and she provided me with some great information on her father and the legacy that he is. We don't even know the half of it, brothers. We don't know the half of it. He was very instrumental in integrating the armed services for men of color in 1917. And Mrs. Thomas went to Iowa. We invited her to come to Iowa to do a presentation on her father. She's here today, and I just wanted to bring her up to talk a little bit about her dad, but to also talk about her relationship and the collection she has here at Moorland-Spingarn. Mrs. Thomas, if you do me the honors. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. I am just delighted to be here as a guest of Phi Beta Sigma for the second time. This is wonderful. Thank you for inviting me. You know, this is the 157th birthday of Howard University. You do know that. But what you may find astounding and not know is that this is the 156th year of my connection to Howard University. And that started in 1868 when my grandfather, James Monroe Gregory, was the first student to be enrolled in what was then called the collegiate department of Howard University in 1868. And something else interesting was that he wrote the first biography that I could ever find out about of Frederick Douglass that was published in 1893. And in that book, in the introduction, no one in my family had seen it. I came across it. My grandfather made this statement: I first met Douglass at the home of my father in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Now, I figured it out after looking through records and so forth that he was only 13 years old then. But he became close to Douglass for the rest of his life in many ways. So James Monroe Gregory stayed here after he graduated in 1872 with two other young men who came and joined him. He was the valedictorian of the class, and then he stayed on as a faculty member. And so many, many years later did my father. My father came to Howard as a faculty member on the faculty, I think teaching English initially, around 1912. So he was here when the three students who founded Phi Beta Sigma were anxiously trying to get established at Howard University to be recognized. And so they approached my father, Montgomery Gregory, and Elaine Locke, and I think there were two others as well, who decided that they were going to support them in that effort. And so it was that in 1914, Howard University officially recognized Phi Beta Sigma. My father was inducted as a member. I believe Elaine Locke was as well, and perhaps the other two people who were with him. So, also founded, which is really interesting, in 1914, as someone just mentioned earlier, was the Moorland Library. Not then the Moorland-Spingarn, but what a coincidence, wow, you know. But it was the Moorland Library then, and eventually it became the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. My father gave his sizable collection of books, letters, documents, and other papers to the Moorland-Spingarn. And you know, it's such a significant place to have a collection. There are all kinds of repositories where maybe preserving African-American history, but the Moorland-Spingarn is significant, not just because it's maybe the largest of its kind, but also where it's located here in the nation's capital. How significant is that? This is a crossroads of the world. So people coming to Washington, D.C. for whatever other reason, if they have any interest in Black history, and there are so many people now who do, this is a place to come to, the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. I can't think of anything else to add to that.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Except to say, my father did so much more here, but I couldn't go into it. Oh, thank you. Oh, I've got to say this one thing, is that the headquarters of the Central Committee of Negro College Men, which was pushing to get the first Black officers training camp, My father set up the headquarters of that in Rankin Chapel's basement. That's where stuff happened.
A Sigma man. Again, I just want to thank all of you who have supported me throughout my time in collecting this. Like I said, I never thought it would be me, but I have been chosen to do so. As I said, I feel the ancestors in this space. A number of you knew Brother Gerald Smith very well. He was one of my greatest teachers in this, and I feel his spirit in this room today. I feel him. He's like one of the Sigmas that I talk to every day. I'm sure, and we have our own. We have that where I just say, continue to bless me, continue to guide, continue to watch over me, because like I told you, 25 years ago when we got Mallett's email, I never thought it would end up like this. And as Brother Hutt indicated in his presentation, there is so much more out here. We just have to find it. With that, thank you very much. Please feel free afterwards to come up and see, and if you have any questions, I'll be around to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Christian. Again, so much I can't put into words. Just how good it feels to be around a bunch of brothers that know their history, number one. In general, right? Because this is, African-American history, this is Black History Month, and then you get even deeper into the history of the fraternity. It just, like Brother Christian said, the ancestors are definitely with us. We're gonna move right along. I gotta update one thing on the slides here, get Brother Lewis. I'm gonna introduce our international historian, Brother Dr. Kenneth Lewis here. Brother Dr. Kenneth W. Lewis is an associate professor of statistics and data analytics and psychology at Virginia State University. He attended Hampton Institute, now University, as he'll point out, as I'm sure he'll point out, now University, where he joined Beta Gamma chapter in 1979, as he has been an active brother for these past 44 years, serving as chapter president of the Alpha Kappa Sigma chapter in Petersburg, delegate to regional and conclave meetings, and now he serves as the chaplain for the Sigma Life Members Executive Committee, in addition to his recent appointment as the international historian. He served 2 terms as an elected school board member for the Petersburg City Public School Board, and he currently serves as the president of the Petersburg Symphony Orchestra Board of Directors. Brother Lewis will talk about the trials and tribulations that Black Americans faced in their educational journey from slavery time to today. He will also talk about the accomplishments of the first initiate of Phi Beta Sigma, Brother Abram McCartney Walker, who served as principal of the historic Peabody High School located in Petersburg. He has had a stellar career as a statistician, operations research analyst, and public servant in Petersburg, Virginia. Now, please welcome Brother Dr. Kent W. Lewis.
Three, 2, 1. Inhale, hold, release, exhale. Glory be to God in the highest, and peace to his people on earth. And peace be with all of you who are here today, all of my Sigma brothers and friends. Peace be with all of my Sigma brothers and Zeta sisters, especially my Beta Gamma brothers of the real Hampton Institute and Rho Alpha chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, located at the real Hampton Institute. I am so smart. Let me tell you why. I am so smart because I know what I am good at, and I don't pretend to be good at anything else. Because I truly believe in this bit of passage that says, Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. From Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. What makes a smart man smart is that he knows what he knows, and he also knows what he doesn't know and doesn't try to do the latter. He leaves that to all of you. And so my job as the international office, the international historian, not the international statistician of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, is going to be so easy, because all that I plan to do is to be the best facilitator and collaborator and let everybody else who knows what they know do what they do, so that we will accomplish all the things that have been laid out here for Phi Beta Sigma today. I have learned so much, but I'm also excited to tell you about some things that I know about Petersburg, Virginia, and Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity. I have to share with you 7 ironies about me and Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity. Number 1, I belong to St. Stephen's Episcopal Church located in Petersburg, Virginia. I'm a 5th generation Episcopalian. My great-great-grandfather served on the vestry of St. James Episcopal Church, which was presided over by James Solomon Russell, Archdeacon, and also founder of St. Paul's College, which no longer exists. And I was confirmed on January the 9th, 1972. I found my little prayer book that I got. And of course, you were all excited about, can you remember the words of the Apostle Creed and not mess it up? Otherwise you won't get confirmed, all right? And so I made it through that. And I got my little prayer book and kept it all these years. And I happened to come across it. And I just happened to look at it. And in the inset, there was a congratulatory comment made by the priest. And the date is January the 9th, 1972. And all I could think was, maybe you were part of divine intervention before you even knew that you would be part of divine intervention. Because who would think that I would be confirmed on January the 9th? Another one is I have become more interested in history because in Petersburg, Virginia now, I'm working with a group called the Peabody Academic Learning and Development Center and the Peabody High School National Alumni Association, and they grabbed me. I live in an old house in an old part of town, and I can go to my backyard and I can see the Peabody building, and I'm going to talk about that more. But I will say this. Paul Laurence Dunbar High School here in Washington, D.C. You are a wonderful school. You have a great website, but you're not the oldest public Black high school in the United States, and I have the records to demonstrate it. And the records came from the Charles Sumner School and Museum itself. The school that is Paul Laurence Dunbar High School here in Washington, D.C. was established in November of 1870. Peabody High, the school that would become Peabody High School in Petersburg, Virginia, was already up and operating in January of 1870. And I know that we live in a world of disinformation and misinformation and alternative theory, but unless in 1870 there was an alternative calendar where a month preceded January also inside of the year 1870, then that's the only way that Paul Laurence Dunbar could be the oldest public Black high school. And there are distinctions because in Richmond, Virginia, there's Armstrong High School, which opened in 1865, but it was a Freedmen's Bureau school. And it became part of the public school system in 1909 when the Freedmen's Bureau stopped funding a lot of the Black schools and high schools in the South. So I'm a statistician, not a historian. And for those of you who've ever taken a stats course and you talked about sampling, well, it just goes like this. Does the doctor suck every bit of blood out of you to see if you have some illness? No, they just take a random sample. Do you need to drink a whole quart of milk to know if it's spoiled? No, you just pour a little bit in hot water. If it curdles, you know you shouldn't ingest it. And if you see a tuna fish sandwich and it's green and it's not lettuce, should you take a bite out of it? Probably not, right? Having said that, I tell my students, you were not there at the genesis when the first behavior occurred. You won't be there at the revelation when the last behavior occurs. Right now, you don't have time to act on all of the behaviors. And so you simply take a random sample and you hope that that group is representative of the larger population so that you can infer back to the larger body. And that takes care of that. James Weldon Johnson in the National Portrait Gallery. You mentioned Laura Wheeler Waring. I have an original Laura Wheeler Waring in my protective custody from Peabody High School. It was tossed like trash, and you'll see a picture of it. And there's a puncture wound in the canvas, but guess what? It's a tear and it can be sewn back up. None of the canvas is gone, all right? And it is of Abraham McCartney Walker. Okay? And now I have it in my protective custody, right? Did I say that I had it in my protective custody? Yes. Brother,
Yes, sir.
your trails. It's just so ironic. In Petersburg, of my many duties, I'm also the president of an entity called the Wilcox Watershed Conservancy. And the Wilcox Watershed Conservancy takes care of what was the former Lee Park in Petersburg, Virginia. It was since renamed Petersburg Legends Park because, of course, Lee Park. The only thing that I didn't like about it, it was so easy to say Lee Park, one word, one word, one syllable, period. But now it's this long, drawn-out name. Sometimes you get what you ask for, all right?
Yes, sir.
But in that park, in 1935, the President Roosevelt sent monies all across America as part of his Works Progress administration to help rebuild the economies of locations. And he sent money to Petersburg, Virginia. And all of these Black women were hired to dig trails, to create walking trails. And so I am now in charge of that. I actually got a grant for $76,000 from Virginia State University to rebuild one of the trails, that women's trail. And it needs to be recognized. It needs to be recognized properly. I know what I know and I know what I don't know. And I've heard all of you talk about what you know. And so there has to be a signage. There has to be a national landmark type sign. And we actually need some more money to do some more things. And so I just see collaboration, just like cha-ching, 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 collaboration in this room like crazy. This is a very special year because this is the year 2024, as it's been mentioned. This is the 110th anniversary year of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. This is February the 20s, what is today? The 27th, right? May the 4th will soon be here. And May the 4th, 1914 was the day that Brother Abraham McCartney Walker crossed over into Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. And so we will celebrate his 110-year Sigma-versary on May the 4th, 2024. And did I say that his portrait is under protective custody, right? When you mentioned the Green Book, there is a former, it no longer stands, but there's a former hotel in Chesterfield County, Chesterfield County is just between Petersburg and Richmond. And that hotel was known as the Colebrook Hotel, right on Route 1 there. They've renamed it. It used to be called Jefferson Davis Highway. And I didn't even realize that they had renamed it like in the last year or so, because COVID did many things. And one of the wonderful things that COVID did was, for me, was that it just justified that it's okay to be an introvert and I don't have to be around people. And so I had a wonderful time with that. But this particular hotel was owned by the Colson family and the Brooks family, and they were both members of my St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. And Mr. Brooks used to talk about that. And number 8, George Owens. George Owens's sister, Anna Elnora Owens, and her father attended St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. And George Owens, the father, studied at Kansas State University. And then he went, that's the father, not the Sigma son. Yeah. So then when he finished Kansas State, he went to Tuskegee and he was put under the wing of George Washington Carver. And everything that George Washington Owens learned, he learned from George Washington Carver. And then he got an opportunity to come to Petersburg. And he came to Petersburg, he came to the Virginia Normal. By the time he got there, it was the Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute. And he started what has now become the agriculture program at Virginia State. And there is a building at Virginia State University, Owens Hall. And so the Owens that you speak of, that he's the father of Brother George Owens. I met him in my lifetime, but his sister taught home economics at Virginia State University. And she was a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. So the connections they just never end, all right? So, but I will be on with what I wanted to talk about. Your presentations have just been so wonderful. And I didn't want to talk about any one Sigma in particular. I just wanted to talk about the concept of the world that we live in for a few minutes. And that is with misinformation and disinformation and just outright lies. Your outfit is as green as the grass growing. And if I say that enough times, I can even make this Delta believe that she's wearing green today, all right? And everybody just look at her and just spread thoughts. Your outfit is green, your outfit is green, your outfit is green. You know, a fight would break out, of course. But that's what's going on. And so I entitled my presentation, it was videotaped for tomorrow. There's gonna be another presentation tomorrow, all right? And I just felt that I needed to talk about our historic perspective of the trials and tribulations of Black education in America, because educated lives matter, right? So with that, that's me, of course. And again, a shout out to any of my Beta Gamma brothers of the real Hampton Institute. If you're watching, I hope you're proud of what I'm trying to do. I hope that the technology will work. There are a couple of clips in here and I want you to listen to them. Let me see. Is it? Oh. Yeah, let me see if I can get back to my clip. Good.
What's one of the scariest side effects of type 2? Losing a foot!
Where's
Anyone
that?
who's been on metformin for more than 60
Come here, do
days
that.
needs to see this. Well, what if I told you that there
Don't think so. All right, so here we go back to this. George Washington wins. So, this is sort of my theme when you talk about politically correct and culturally correct and all that sort of thing. I may be able to offend you with my opinion, but I certainly can't offend you with my facts, because facts are facts. You may not want to accept them, but that's what they are. If I say, I think this is the best and that's not, that's an opinion. But if I say we're in the nation's capital right now, that's a fact. And so I wish more folk would say and learn to say that I may offend you with my opinion, but I can't offend you with my fact. And at least that lets you know that a person knows the difference between an opinion and a fact. So how do I begin this conversation? When it comes to reporting our story, ladies and gentlemen, live and virtual, we can allow others, as has already been said for the stage for this conversation, we can allow others to do the deed to us. And what is the deed to us? To defame our story, delay, delete, denigrate, deny, destroy, dictate, diffuse, dilute, diminish, discredit, dismiss, disorient, disparage, dissolve, divert. Or we can allow ourselves to direct, document, and deliver our own story. And that's all that I've heard here today, is that we have been delivering our own story and not letting others deliver our story, right? Yes. And then I ask, when it comes to the concept of what I'm talking about, trials and tribulations of education issues for Black folk in America, well, I ask you to remember these 4 words, and they are petition, permission, law, and theory. And again, they are petition, permission, law, and theory. And why is that? Well, because we had to petition for the right to receive a public education. We had to ask permission for the right to receive a public education or an education period. We had to abide by laws that denied us from receiving a high-quality education, and we were impacted by theories that limited us from receiving a full public education. My grandmother was one of 8 children, actually 9. The first child born died as an infant, which is why my great-grandfather never had a living son named Abram J. Coleman Jr. I always wondered why his oldest son was named Junius Leon Coleman and not Abram J. But it was later on when I learned that, well, there was a first child, and these 8 that you grew up with as your great uncle, your great uncles and aunts, their children 2 through 9. And so my grandmother fell right at number 5 if number 1 had lived, and so she would have been that middle child, right? But I offer you this word petition, where we had to petition to city governments to ask permission to have the right to provide public access to many things, including education, to the colored school aged children of those cities. Other people didn't have to petition. We had to ask permission to become educated from persons who held authority or who could grant permission or allowance to folk who look like us to become educated. Other folk didn't have to. They were given the inalienable right to be educated, but we had to ask. I mentioned my grandmother in Brunswick County, Virginia, in the early 1900s, 1917, that time period. School only went to the 8th grade for Black folk in rural areas. And so I always wondered why grandmommy only got an 8th grade education. Well, my great-grandfather had 8 children and 68 acres of farmland. And this is real wood, we still have that land in our family after 100 years. And nobody is gonna get it all right, over my cold dead shovel and plow. Nobody will get our little 68 acres because all the other Black families that lived along that road, they left and came up here and got good government jobs, and they didn't pay the taxes on their land, and their land got taken away from them. And when they retired with their nice 401ks or pensions, they had to buy back an acre of the land that was theirs. And we don't have to do that because we still have ours. But, and then there's law, a rule defining correct procedure or behavior in a sport or activity, or, you know, it was a violation of Black folk to become educated in America when slavery was in place. The one time that it really slapped me in the face to realize that was when I was in the 11th or 12th grade when Roots came out. All right, and I happened to be watching that particular episode when Kizzy was with Sandy Duncan's character, and they were just the best of friends growing up. And Sandy Duncan's character taught Kizzy to read. And one day, Kizzy and Sandy Duncan's Sandy Duncan's character were in the room together, and the master came in and caught Kizzy reading, and he asked her, "Where did you learn to read like that?" And she said, "Your daughter taught me." And Sandy Duncan's going, "No, I didn't." Next scene, Kizzy's on the back of a wagon being taken miles away from her parents. And I hated Sandy Duncan ever since then. And I don't eat those crackers that she used to advertise ever since then. And I know it may be ugly, but of all the things that happened in that movie series, the feet getting cut off versus the testicles, everything, that just, you see, that was like 46 years ago. And it still haunts me that they were close like that, Sandy Duncan's character and Kizzy. But when it came time to support somebody, what happened? Oh, she on the back of the wagon screaming, "Daddy, Daddy, where they taking me?" You know? And then there's theory. And let's not forget what a theory is, ladies and gentlemen. Conjecture, presumption, contention. It's just an idea used to account for a situation or a justification for behavior. That's what it is. So here are some questions that may require a theory. And when you talk about, well, I'll get there in a minute, but don't confuse theory with fact. Again, so why did Black people have to ask permission to be educated? Why were Black people treated as 3/5 of a human being? Why were Black people not allowed to enter a building through the front door? Why were Black people not allowed to vote? Why were Black people forced to sit in the balcony of a movie theater? And I'm gonna pause right there because I got a lesson in the significance of that. When movie theaters were segregated and Black folk had to sit in the audience, a gentleman, not a fraternity brother, a church member who's sort of transitioning now at the age of 98 and 6 months. Grew up in Jacksonville, Florida, and used to go to the segregated movie theaters. And he did a documentary, and he shared when we were in the movie theater and the Black people were sitting in the balcony and the white people were sitting down on the main floor, you could not laugh if something funny happened to the person on the screen. Right? If something happened that was, you couldn't applaud if you felt emboldened to applaud if the white audience wasn't doing it. Otherwise, there's only two sets of stairs to go up and go down. And that stuck with me. And so when you hear about movie theaters and Black folk being in the balconies and white folk being downstairs, his commentary, I said, it makes perfectly good sense given that situation of culture. Why have there never been successive Black presidents in the White House? We can screw up as badly as anybody else. Give us an opportunity. But, Barack Hussein Obama had to be absolutely perfect, except that time he wore that tan suit. Okay? He should have been impeached. All right? And if that's all it takes to impeach somebody, then God help us all, And so those answers to those questions might require a theory or a supposition or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially when based on general principles. And in this case, I guess one would propose a theory about race in America. And in this case, I guess that proposed theory about race would be critical. And I guess that would amount to critical race theory. All right? But remember, here's one of my opinions. A supposition, a theory does not describe what happens. A theory explains why it happens. And that's what critical race theory is about. Because you can't deny what I'm going to show you in a minute. You can't deny that we live in a racist America, that America has always been racist. And sometimes I have good alpha friends in Petersburg, and every year I was even recognized for the Martin Luther King Breakfast for Educator. And I said, the next time I go, I'm going to take a knee when we sing "We Shall Overcome." Because at the end of every Martin Luther King breakfast, we always stand up at the end and we sing "We Shall Overcome." And sometimes I just look at the state of nature of things and it depresses me, because this is my opinion, I honestly don't know if we'll ever overcome. And I've stopped worrying about it. I just try to do the best that I can and leave the rest to God. So that's what a theory is. And if you're going to talk about a theory, then the Constitution of the United States is you're an attorney. I mean, anything that's always argued and challenged, you can't argue against the fact, can you? No, but isn't the Constitution always over there, in the Supreme Court? It's over there right now. So that's a theory. If you can't talk about race theory, then you don't need to talk about geriatric theory or child theory or marital theory or constitutional theory or religious theory or anybody else's theory. And so we will always be inculcated with these 4 words of petition, permission, law, theory, period. And this one, I say to my colleague, to my American citizens, Tim and Nikki, when they try to sell you that America has never been a racist country, I want you to listen to them. This takes about 3 minutes and then I've got 2. But this is just so good. And let me see if I can do it nicely, all right? Oh man, do I have to do that? No, okay, here we go. Now, you know what they said, right? Give me a minute. Okay, here we go.
Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley says,
"We've never been a racist country."
Let me take a lot of politicians make the ridiculous argument that
America is not a racist country.
But Nikki Haley goes one step farther.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1776, 41 of the 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence were slave owners.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1788, the U.S. Constitution counted black slaves as only 3/5 of a person.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1857, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Dred Scott and all other black people were not citizens of the United States.
We've never been a racist
In 1861, Nikki Haley's own state of South Carolina declared war on the Union to defend slavery.
We've never been a racist
In 1865, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated after pushing Congress to pass the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1915, the popular racist film The Birth of a Nation portrayed the KKK as heroes trying to defend white people from black oppression.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1921, white people in Oklahoma killed dozens of black people and destroyed a thriving black community in the Tulsa Race Massacre.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1955, 14-year-old Emmett Till was lynched in Mississippi, and 42-year-old Rosa Parks was arrested for refusing to give up her seat to a white man on a city bus in Alabama.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1961, civil rights activist John Lewis was beaten at the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma just for demanding the right to vote.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1963, 4 black girls were killed in a racist church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1968, Dr. King was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1976, Ronald Reagan ran for president, blaming welfare queens for white people's problems.
We've never been a racist country.
In 1986, Reagan vetoed a bill to impose sanctions on the racist apartheid government in South Africa.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1988, George Bush ran for president with a racist campaign scaring white voters about a black inmate he dubbed Willie Horton.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1989, Donald Trump called for the execution of 5 Black and Latino teenagers wrongly accused of raping a white woman in New York Central Park.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
1992, an all-white jury acquitted 4 white police officers for the videotaped beating of Rodney King.
We've never been a racist country.
In 2005, President Bush took days to respond to Hurricane Katrina when it struck the mostly Black city of New Orleans.
We've never been a racist
In
country.
2011, Donald Trump launched a 5.5-year campaign questioning Barack Obama's birth certificate.
We've never been a racist country.
In 2015, a 21-year-old white supremacist in Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina murdered 9 Black people at the Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston.
We've never been a racist country.
In 2020, Donald Trump tried to throw out millions of Black votes in Atlanta, Detroit, Philadelphia, and other cities.
We've never been a racist country.
And in 2024, white people in Iowa voted to return a twice-impeached, quadruple-indicted insurrectionist to public office.
We've never been a racist country.
Even in Nikki Haley's own
I
life.
faced racism when I was growing up.
But aside from that,
We've never been a racist country.
I may insult you with my opinion, but I can't insult you with a fact.
Absolutely not.
But this one is even better.
No, I can't imagine.
Oh, yes. Oh, this one is even better, baby. Give me just a second here. Now, remember the first thing that he said on the clip, America is not a racist country. Listen to this one.
I recall walking into an office building just last year after being here for 5 years on the Capitol. And the officer looked at me with a little attitude and said, "The pen, I know. You, I don't.
This is
Show me
not
your
a
ID."
racist country.
I'll tell you, I was thinking to myself, either he thinks I'm committing a crime impersonating a member of Congress, or what? Well, I'll tell you that later that evening, I received a phone call from his supervisor apologizing for the behavior. Mr. President, that is at least the 3rd phone call that I've received from a supervisor or the chief of police since I've been in the Senate. So while I thank God I have not endured bodily harm, I have, however, felt the pressure applied by the scales of justice when they are slanted. I have felt the anger, the frustration, the sadness, and the humiliation that comes with feeling like you're being targeted for nothing more than being just yourself.
Go figure.
But it wasn't because I was Black.
And there is no racism in America. And because I give equal time to everybody, here's Nikki's, that is, excuse me, Nimarata Nikki Rahawa Hilly. Here's her opportunity. This is about 2 minutes after this commercial.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered.
You've been asked about your comments on slavery. We don't need to rehash that, but there were some critics that criticized your comments last night about having Black friends as sort of using a trope. What do you say to people who say that you've really had challenges when it comes to talking about race and are worried about what that would mean for the general election?
We were the only Indian family in our small southern town. I was teased every day for being brown. So anyone that wants to question it can go back and look at what I've said on how hard it was to grow up in the deep South as a brown girl. Anybody can look at my record and see when Walter Scott was shot down by a dirty cop, how I made sure that the Walter Scott family didn't suffer because we put the first body camera bill in the country in place. Anybody can look at the fact that when we had 9 amazing souls die in Mother Emanuel Church, I did something that no Republican or Democrat ever wanted to touch, which was call for the Confederate flag to come down because it would take 2/3 of the House and Senate and was an impossible feat. I don't know what you're implying with that, but what I will tell you is saying that I had Black friends is a source of pride. Saying that I had white friends is a source of pride. If you want to know what it was like growing up, I was disqualified from a beauty pageant because I wasn't white or Black, because they didn't know where to put me. So look, I know the hardships, the pain that come with racism. It's the reason that I fight bullies every day when it comes to racism, anti-Semitism, or hate, and I always will. If I didn't mention slavery on that day, it's because that's an automatic. There's always been, the Civil War's always been known about slavery. I misread it and thought he was looking for a bigger answer going forward. So critics can say whatever they want. I'm very comfortable in my skin. I'm very comfortable with what I believe in, and my job is not to convince them.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
I wanted you to see that and hear that live because I wanted you to hear, to make sure that you heard the same thing that I heard. And I wanted you to see and hear the disparity of there is no this, but I felt it. And so, again, I don't have to say that's my opinion. That's simply factual, and you saw it and you heard it for yourself. But the struggle continues for all of us. As I said, I can't offend you with my opinions. I can offend you with my opinions, but I can't offend you with my facts because facts are facts. And so what are some of the facts which made me want to come up with this conversation about trials and tribulations of Black folk in education in America? Well, let's follow some of the facts. That was cute, wasn't it? Way back in 1740 and 1819, there was something called the Acts Against the Education of Slaves of South Carolina, and then Virginia took it and ran with it as well. And this is just an excerpt from that file. So it's not an opinion. It's not even fact, it's legislation, right? So it's factual legislation. Fearing that Black literacy would prove a threat to the slave system, which relied on slave dependence on masters, whites in many colonies instituted laws forbidding slaves to learn to read or write and making it a crime for others to teach them, Kizzy and Sandy Duncan, all right? Then here's another excerpt from that South Carolina Act. And it says, "Be it enacted that all and every person and persons whatsoever who shall hereafter teach or cause any slave or slaves to be taught to write or shall use or employ any slave as a scribe in any manner of writing whatsoever hereafter taught to write, every such person or persons shall for such offense forfeit the sum of 100 pounds current money." And so there it is. It's not my opinion. It is simply legislated fact. And this is the best one. This is the one that showed mercy. This was Virginia's revised code of 1890, wherein such assemblage, and assemblage is school or schools or reading or writing or day or night, shall be considered unlawful assembly, and any justice of a county wherein such assemblage shall be, either from his own knowledge or the information of others, of such unlawful assemblage may issue his warrant directed to any sworn officer or officers authorizing him or them to enter the house or houses where such unlawful assemblages may be, for the purpose of apprehending or dispersing such slaves, and to inflict corporal punishment on the offender or offenders at the discretion of any justice of the peace. But here's the merciful part, ladies and gentlemen, not to exceed 20 lashes, okay? So they did show mercy, all right? You could get all the way up to 20, but we weren't gonna hit you with that cat of nine tails with those sharp tips on it and leather. all right, coming down at you like Niagara Falls, all right? More than 20 times, okay? And that's why I always tell my students the story about Virginia State University. And I look at them harshly when they don't do what I tell them to do, because when I teach statistics, how many of you love statistics when you had to take it? How many of you wanted to throw up when you had to take it? Okay, all right. The second time. Virginia State, the school that's known as Virginia State University, it opened on Monday morning, March the 6th, 1882, as Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute by my mother's best friend's grandfather, Alfred William Harris, right? And on Tuesday morning, March the 7th, 1882, Virginia State was closed because the funders party didn't want to provide funding for Virginia State University, but the Readjusters Party did. And so there was that clash. And the Readjusters Party was more the Lincoln Republicans, and the Funders Party were more the Dixie Democrat types, you know, until they flipped the script, and I don't know what's going on now. But they were closed, and they stayed closed until Monday morning, October the 1st, 1883, when they reopened as Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute. And before I go there even, they were a collegiate institute until 1902. And then the state of Virginia said, why do these colored people have to pretend to look like they're learning anything? Let us take away their collegiate status and make it Virginia Normal and Industrial Institute. And that's one of the reasons why fraternities and sororities didn't come to Virginia State from here. Howard is just 120-mile trek, all right? But from 1902 until 1920, Virginia State was Virginia Normal and Industrial Institute. It was a 2-year school. And in 1920, it became Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute. Again, they got back their collegiate status, so they were a 4-year school. And then in 1923, Hampton Institute gave Virginia State its land-grant status, because Hampton was not a private school at that time. Hampton became private in 1923, and they gave away their land-grant status to Virginia State University. And then in 1930, Virginia State became Virginia State College for Negroes. And then in 1946, it became Virginia State College. And in 1979, it became Virginia State University. And it has always been underfunded versus what University of Virginia or what that other public school that thinks it's a private school in Williamsburg, Virginia, gets. And the reason that I don't get excited about HU versus HU, I'm proud to say that I am Hampton Institute years old. And I wear my Hampton Institute proudly. And if there were some significance to changing institute to university to represent the growth of academic programs, then there's a little green and white school 31 miles northwest of Hampton Institute that should be renamed Williamsburg State University. But I don't think the College of William and Mary will ever let that happen, even though they are Williamsburg State University, right? I digress. But now, back to Petersburg. Well, here are some other issues. Petersburg was not kind, all right, to Black folk. We have Pocahontas Island, which represents the first free Black area in like America. And there was a lot of free Black folk there. But there was lots of everything else in Petersburg as well. And this is an image of a Virginia State College student who was arrested because she went into the front door of the Petersburg Public Library. And at that time, these are 2 Peabody High School students who went into the front door. And there was just a whole push of folk going into Peabody, into the public library. And I highlight, there were mass meetings held, and I highlight that name, Joseph Owens. He was an instigator. He was a Sigma. He was a charter member of the Alpha Kappa Sigma chapter of Petersburg, Virginia. And he was one of the first Black men on city council, after Reconstruction. He owned a little dry cleaning business there on Halifax Street, all right? And here's a picture of Black citizens at the courthouse protesting that we pay taxes for the Petersburg Public Library, but certain ones of us can go through the front door and certain ones of us cannot. And this was from a student who was in high school at the time. Her name was Peggy Lee. She went on to become an administrator at Virginia State. And she says, sometimes you couldn't get everything you needed for research. And we attempted to come to the public library on Sycamore Street. But you couldn't just walk in and say, hey, I need this book. But they were always polite and said, hello, how are you? I need this book. If it wasn't in the Negro section, the receptionist had to retrieve it for you. And whites had more volumes of books, and the lighting system was very good, but the Black section was poorly lit and had small volume of books. So there's your the discrimination of unequal education right there that our tax dollars paid for. Herbert Colton, he was a sergeant for Martin Luther King. We realized we were being mistreated. Blacks had to come in and out of the service entrance on the side of the library. That would be Marshall Street, because the library faced Sycamore Street, and then it was at an intersection where Marshall Street is. Because my mother was at Peabody High School, and she used to talk about how she hated to go to the library for an assignment. And so she just would do the best not to go, because you had to go in the side and down into the basement, and that's where the coloreds section was, right? And Blacks had to come in and out of the service entrance on the side of the library, and a little cubby hole kind of place in the basement was the only area where they could read, stated this Dorothy Cotton woman, who was a librarian at Virginia State University at that time in the 60s, okay? When you were up here at Howard University, that's what was going on down in Petersburg. And so more of trials and tribulations of education. Let me tell you about Peabody High School again. The first Black woman to graduate from the University of Virginia was a Peabody High School graduate. And her name, she got her PhD, her EDD, from the University of Virginia, and her name was Louise Stokes Hunter, and she went on to teach at Virginia State University. And there's a building named for her husband, John Hunter. There's Hunter McDaniel Building on Virginia State's campus. Reuben McDaniel was a mathematician. John Hunter was a physicist or something of that nature. And his wife, Louise Stokes Hunter, graduated from Peabody High School in 1914, right? And then she went to Virginia Normal, and then she came up here to Howard University, and then she came back to Virginia State College, and she taught math, and she wrote her PhD on her dissertation on how to teach math to help students transition from high school to college. But I bring this up for your attention. It's called the Dovell Act. And I'll give you this scenario. One of my grandmother's first cousins graduated from high school at St. Paul's. It was St. Paul's High School, and then she graduated from St. Paul's College. And she wanted to go to the University of Virginia so that she could get a master's degree in elementary education because she wanted to teach first grade, right? And she applied to the University of Virginia. And the University of Virginia was like maybe 1939, 1942, somewhere in there. They said, thank you for your application. No, hell no, don't come back anymore now. But this is what we'll do for you. We will institute the Dovell Act. And with the Dovell Act, we will pay you to get the hell out of Virginia. And you can go wherever you want to go. And so she went to New York University, and they paid for her transportation, her housing, her stipend to live off of, food, money, everything. And she got her master's degree in elementary education. And she stayed up in New York, and she taught first grade in White Plains, New York school system for 40 years. And then when her husband passed away, he was an administrator in the school system. and he died, was buried. Then later on, she came back to Petersburg in her 1978 orange Volvo that you could hit this building and the building would fall apart, because that's a Volvo story. When Volvos were Volvos, now they're just like Ford Tauruses. I don't know what they are anymore, but Volvos used to be Volvos. But when you would look, it may be in old black high school yearbooks, and you would see the pedigree of the faculty members, and you might see Florida A&M College or Florida A&M University or Hampton Institute or Virginia State College or something like that. And then you would see master's degree from Columbia University, from the Ohio State University, from the University of Illinois, from Indiana University, Michigan State University, the University of Michigan. All those degrees were there. And I always wondered, why didn't this go to UVA? Because I didn't know they couldn't go to UVA. And that's what you see when you look at the yearbooks, and you see that, all right? And I understand now. And so again, contrary to what these two folks say, America has always had, oh gosh, okay, all right. See there? Well, see there, that deserves 3. All right, because I was moved to talk about this guy, but you've already talked about him. But what did he do that was significant? Well, you know, everybody gives Martin Luther King credit for the March on Washington. Asa Philip Randolph launched it in 1941 when Roosevelt was still in office, but somehow Roosevelt appeased him and said, I'll give in, I'll give you these things, but don't bring all those colored folk up to Washington, D.C., please don't. And so it didn't happen in 1941. And then he got Harry Truman to desegregate the bathrooms over in the Pentagon and the Army as well, all right? But this is my favorite. I feel like I know him. This is Brother Abraham McCartney Walker, first initiate of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity, member of Alpha Chapter and Alpha Kappa Sigma Chapter in Petersburg, Virginia. And this citation right here is the 1927 Who's Who in Colored America. And he was listed in it, all right? And here's his legacy. Here's his calendar of events. Born on a Thursday, and he died on a Thursday. He graduated from Avalon Public School, more or less, and he came to Virginia Normal and Industrial Institute. Then he went back home to Northern Neck area, Tappahannock, Rappahannock, that area, and he was a principal of 2 grade schools. Then he came back to Virginia Union University from 1910 to 1912, and then he came to Howard University, 1912 to 1916, where he became a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. And then he went to Caroline County, and then he went to Christiansburg Industrial Institute, and then he came to Peabody High School. Did I say the first public black high school? Okay, because it started in January, not November, all right? This is the house that he lived in. It's 514 Harrison Street in Petersburg, Virginia. And it's the Martin Luther King house because years later, after he died, when Martin Luther King would come to Petersburg undercover, the family would host him at this house. And if you look over here to just this side of it, there was a driveway, and he was in his car heading off to school, and he had a heart attack. That's what the first Peabody looked like. There are no pictures of the second Peabody, but that's the third Peabody. And this is it was a twin school. And then that's McCartney's school. That's McCartney Walker's school. He was principal, and he only got to be in that school 1 year. Donald Wingo, whose name is there, he was a charter member of our chapter. And so I put them together, all right? And there he is with his granddaughter, Dr. Adrienne Ward. And that's got to be at 514 Harrison Street because she was born in 1948 when he was still alive. And when you look, and this is a statue of him, for him and the principals at Christiansburg, okay? Did you get it? Because I only got 3.5 minutes now. All right. There's our historic plaque for Peabody High School, proud school. Oh, by the way, I want you to do me a favor. I went to this is Giles B. Cook Elementary School. Giles B. Cook was a major in the Confederate Army with Robert E. Lee, but he redeemed himself and he became the priest of my church, St. Stephen's. And guess what? He was the first principal of Peabody High School when it was still called the Colored High School, all right? And that's what the 1920 building looks like now, but it is registered in the National Register of Historic Places. This is the graduation announcement where Abraham McCartney Walker graduated from Virginia Union University. And the picture in blue, that's Abraham McCartney Walker in 1942. And this one, I'll let you read it on your own. I don't have time, but we had a member of the House of Delegates of Virginia who said, take Virginia State and turn it into a supplemental insane asylum. All right, because I don't know why we would pretend that colored people can study and learn chemistry, Latin, and Greek, all right? And that was after that Virginia State got reduced to normal and industrial school. Here is McCartney Walker's death certificate, and he is buried back in Avalon area, Virginia, Northern Neck. His wife's name is not, well, his wife's year is not there because after he died, she remarried his younger brother about 2 or 3 years. So that's his wife, Mrs. Walker, all right? That's the old Peabody. That's the old Peabody High School. That's Abraham McCartney Walker's Peabody High School. And he was leaving home on September 25th, 1952, heading off to Peabody High School and had a heart attack. And he died at approximately 8:30 a.m. So he didn't even make it to school, didn't even make it out of the driveway. And these are some memoriams of the class of 1953. And his obituary was put in the colored section of the Progress Index newspaper. And if you can just sort of see where the Peabody High principal dies, anyway, and there he is. And I may offend you with my opinions, but I can't offend you with my facts, because facts are facts. And that painting right there, that's Laurel Wheeler Waring's painting of Abraham McCartney Walker. And you see that puncture wound right there? Don't worry, all the fabric is there. It's just peeled back, but you can put it back together, but by God's grace. Money to do that, and then perhaps it can hang in an appropriate place. Did I say that it's protected under custody by me? Okay, all right. These are some of his faculty in 1949. There he is. That would be at the Christiansburg School right there. And that's at Peabody High School. And that's Virginia Normal and Industrial Institute. That's the main Virginia Hall, and they tore it down and rebuilt it. And it just doesn't end there. Even if you wanted to become a colored priest in the Episcopal Church, you couldn't come up here to the Virginia Theological Seminary. You had to come down to my church, St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, and go to the Bishop Payne Divinity School. All right, and Virginia sent their folk down there. And of course, I love this one because this is what the truth looks like, and this is what pretend. You see the Gucci luggage, you see the Donna Karan shoes, okay? So you can read that on your own, and those two are there. But just remember, ladies and gentlemen, and live and virtual, I can offend you with my opinions, but I can't offend you with my facts. And that's it. And I'll take this out. And I will enjoy being the international historian because it looks like I've got a wonderful group of folk who already know what to do. All I have to do is just add the chapter by Abraham McCartney Walker because I feel like I know him intimately. He was my mother's principal when she was at Peabody High School. And you can look at his picture and just see that he was such a genteel human being. So glory be to God in the highest, and peace to his people and all of us on earth. And thanks to Peter Adams for sending me his granddaughter's information. Adrian Walker, she and I are just like the best buds. All right.
Brother Dr. Lewis, thank you so much for that presentation, especially the part about Brother Walker. We appreciate you for that. All right, so we're going to bring up two distinguished men for some closing remarks before we open it up for Q&A. So with that, I would like to introduce the International Executive Director, Honorable Brother Darrell A. Anderson, as the first to come.
Yeah. All right. I want to thank the archivists for allowing me to come up here in your territory. I want to send a quick shout out to those who've been here at the mic. You're taking on a topic that can sometimes be a little interesting to people, but we have to understand that this is necessary. It's 100% necessary that we understand from whence we came. Because if we don't understand from whence we came, there's an opportunity for one, us to repeat some negativity about it, but two, we don't have a chance to pass it on to those who are coming behind us. So Willard Hutt, who I've known for God knows how long, we won't embarrass ourselves with age, and Dr. Christian, who has been so helpful to me so many times as the executive director. When you're putting the information out like this, and I challenge brothers to understand how this works, you have to kind of find yourself in historical landmarks. Let me tell you something. These brothers talked about the fact that the headquarters that we had will not be the headquarters that we will have soon and very soon. Then you have to look at the history. The person that chaired that particular adventure in getting 145 Kennedy Street was Honorable Brother Sylvester Davis, who was my mentor in the Southwestern region when I became the regional director. I only became the regional director because Sylvester allowed me to become the regional director and taught me everything I need to know. I come to the headquarters not knowing that Sylvester had done all the work, but understanding that right across the street, my predecessor was living, Honorable Brother Gerald Smith, who came and nurtured me through the process. I say this for the young cats. You've had to ingest a lot today. And the definition of history talks about past events, but you have to make a circumspection for yourself. You're writing history for us. We just create paths for you to come behind us so that you can do your thing. So I really appreciate the fact that you were able to wait it out, keep your eyes open and do the whole thing, but understand that there's a reason why this lady, these gentlemen all brought this information to you. I come from the healthcare side. If it's not written, then it did not happen. So you have an opportunity to create legacies by writing what's happening with you now so that it can be passed on. Because if you don't do that, then there is no history. There's no documentation of it. And it's critical for organizations like Phi Beta Sigma, being 110 years old, to understand from whence it came so that we can pass this on for the next 110 years. That's what you represent for us. So as executive director who was number 6 and number 8, I appreciate another piece of history. I appreciate the opportunity. And I'll let you know that, I was leaving on May 31st, but that's not gonna work right now. So I'll be around a little bit longer to help you establish what you need to do from the historical perspective. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Lewis. I know that you're gonna do a great job. And I want to tell the audience, it's critically important that you establish a history within yourself. Everything they talked about came from someone else who preserved it, who retained it. We all have to do that, but we have to have another willingness. We have to share it, because me keeping it in my attic at home is not going to make the historical perspective go further. We can't do it like that. So I look forward to the new headquarters that's still going to be at 145 Kennedy Street. I look forward to everyone out there donating something to the space that's going to be created to be the Phi Beta Sigma Museum. I look forward to every region having a regional historian who's creating space in all 7 regions. I look forward to Howard University creating a special space here for Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, because this is from whence we came and we do not want to forget that. I thank you for the opportunity. Bless all of you.
Thank you, Brother Anderson. Next, we'll have Honorable Brother Peter Adams, Esquire. He's also the the 30th International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated.
Well, good afternoon. You've enjoyed a lot, but this was a sumptuous feast, was it not? On this Black History Celebration Day. You know, this event today is to celebrate Phi Beta Sigma and Phi Beta Sigma men who have paid their dues to advance the cause of humanity, and to celebrate Howard with their historic record of serving humanity. When Sheila, may I call you Sheila? When Sheila came up here, she said, yeah, in 1914, this place was founded, this library. And it was. It was Founders Library back then. Phi Beta Sigma was started back then. They had the right colors back then, blue and white. But for certain, we are celebrating the men who came here, who represented the talent that we are the beneficiaries of. You know, let me start by saying I bring you greetings, not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of Honorable Chris Ray, our 36th International President. I served as the 30th International President between 1997 and 2001, just 24 years ago. But we came through the new century. I also had the distinction of serving as the Centennial Co-Chairman for Phi Beta Sigma for its 100th years. Today is 110 years. Many of you in this room were not even here 10 years ago. So that will be history for you. I also bring you greetings from Brother Edison Jackson, who was the president of Alpha Chapter in 1964, my chapter brother, who went on to become the president of Medgar Evers College in the city of New York. I bring you greetings from all of those folks that you just saw there, because pretty soon I'll be in that category. I will be dead and gone, okay? This is my 56th year in Sigma. I'm delighted that my darling wife got up with me this morning at 5:30 to journey here to hear from you. She knows better than any of you how much Sigma paraphernalia and historic stuff has been in my attic, has been in my storage area, and is waiting to come to Moorland-Spingarn Museum or wherever the permanent repository will be. And that's exactly what we have to do. I will be remiss, though, just a couple quick things, because you've been here long. And when you talk about A. Philip Randolph, everybody does. You know, A. Philip Randolph, there's also a movie out there called 10,000 Men Named George, which chronicles his life. History can be portrayed in so many ways. You got the movie out, Origins, which really talks about the racial situation, not here, but connects it with what happened in the Holocaust and everything. You have the Rustin movie, and you say A. Philip Randolph surely should be celebrated for what he did. But I would be remiss. So those are all kinds of ways in which you can depict history. But history, fundamentally, whether it's covering certain periods, certain movements, and Lord knows we can talk about the movements and what we went through, but it's all individuals who have made that happen. So it is quite right to focus on the individuals who made these things happen. Imagine this guy, Abram, from whom we have descended, Abraham Langston Taylor, from Tennessee. Imagine him coming to this place and with an idea has resulted in over 200,000 men who have made their mark, many of whom you celebrated today. That was one of the challenges that I had as a co-chairman of the Centennial, along with Carter Womack, along with Bill Stanley, 3 national presidents appointed by President Paul Griffin to co-chair the Centennial. And that was really a labor of love. And it caused us to really document where these founders came from. Like you said, Brother Hutt, we've got to celebrate our founders on Founders Day and always, because what they were able to create and to master is something quite phenomenal. These were all quite ordinary guys who had an idea. And believe me, as you go through life, there's no such thing as an original idea. There's no such thing as an original idea. Folks have thought about it, but it's all a matter of how you act on it and how you make it happen, okay? And places like Howard University train you for that, train you to know your history. Howard was established, I understand, to be for the total liberation of the Black man, for the total liberation in all ways so that he can achieve in whatever endeavor he so chose. And you have lots of, you owe it to yourself to look at the Spingarn interviews, say of Michael, what's his last name? Winston, Michael Winston. They're very illustrative of the storied history of this institution and the many things you don't know about it and how it came about and how it really started and how it actually started out, who was this university, when it started out and continued to be, was as inclusive as Phi Beta Sigma touts itself to be from the very beginning, where we brought in people from all walks of life, from Africa, from everywhere. That is the symbiotic relationship that you're talking about that we can capitalize on and should pay attention to. So when I had the job, I was of getting the permission of creating the monument in the valley. I was the one who was tasked with getting it done. And believe me, it was no easy task. But with the help of Andrew Rivers, who was chief of staff here, and we were able to eventually secure the permission of President Ribot to make it happen. And then as President Ribot was exiting, President Frederick came on the scene. President Frederick was here for the breaking of the ground, and he was here for the centennial. And what he said at the breaking of the ground, I just wish my 9-year-old son were here to see what Phi Beta Sigma is doing here on the campus. And if you were around on July 17, 2014, and you witnessed that host of blue and white folks on this campus, it was a sight for sore eyes. And you have got to get yourself, you have got to transport yourself back then. But to get to that point of the unveiling, because I had to meet with the Langman here, who was the architect at the time. You know, the university had a problem of having no monuments on the upper quadrangle. They had to be on the lower quadrangle. But that didn't deter us. I was able to engage Glenn LaRue Smith, the designer, but I gave him all of the elements, everything on that monument, the writings on the monument. Those are my inscriptions. I penned them. The images of the founders, those were original images that were prepared by a fraternity brother out of Chicago. These are the entire job of getting approval, because after we got approval and they saw how wonderful the statue was, the Deltas had their centennial the year before, there was a move to try, all due respect, there was a move to pour some cold water on what we were doing, but we prevailed. And we got it to the point where the unveiling happened, and that was the capstone of our celebration. No doubt about it. But certainly, what we wanted to do on that monument was to inscribe on that monument the names of those Sigma brothers who had contributed to the advancement of this fraternity over all these years since 1914. So you may have the list of, and also the names of the presidents of Zeta Phi Beta, because like we said, we were an inclusive entity, like Howard was. When Howard first started, Howard was the only school that brought in women to the medical school or to the law school. None of the other renowned institutions in the country did that. Of course, there were white women. But eventually, but at the same time, they had some black deans at the same time. An idea they were trailblazers in that way. So in the same way that happened, we wanted to make sure that Zetas were also on that monument. So they're listed there, because we were instrumental in the starting of Zeta Phi Beta, because even as a fraternity, we recognize the importance of women in the whole system of getting things done and leading a full and complete life. So when you celebrate today history, and I just as an aside for a moment, and this is the first time I've ever mentioned it publicly, but as we celebrate Black history, and like Brother Hutt said, he doesn't know me, and he doesn't know my wife, but Joan and our daughter, for 13 years, celebrated on the first Saturday in February, for 13 years, what we call Slave Day in our home. Slave Day. Slave Day was a day when that one woman there cooked good gobs, if you know that's a word, of food, and it was like an open house, and we probably had 100 people or more, and we had songs, we had slave narratives, people playing the role, and music. We had African drums, we had steel drums, we had xylophone. It was just a good time celebrating those who lived and died in slavery, and you never even knew their name. Such is our respect for our ancestors. Such is our respect for the history that we have, that we know so little about. And in the times that we live now, when I was in college in the 60s, that's when Martin Luther King was killed, when Bobby Kennedy was killed, when Malcolm X was killed, you name it. And when you talk about racism, like in the theater, in the movie Origins, you've got to understand that even today, you are experiencing a throwback of things that others experience, not in the same horrific way, but you recognize that we have challenges. We hope that the images that you see, the stories that you hear today, will let you recognize the character and caliber of people who came before you, and make you recognize that you have to pick up the baton now and carry on, and make sure that history doesn't repeat itself, and that we can move forward as a nation in the way that this university was started, that Phi Beta Sigma was started as an inclusive type entity, helping to move the country forward, and for people to really love and work together in the best way possible. So if I leave you with anything, I leave you with the thought that actually what you have seen and heard, these folks on the screen are no more talented than you are. Here at Howard and at all the HBCUs around the country, and in all of the educational institutions in the country, we have a responsibility to take up the baton and move forward. Lastly, we are doing a historical booklet on the Distinguished Service Chapter members. I'm here in part because Eric Gilliam asked me to be here. Eric Gilliam is the epitome of the Distinguished Service Chapter guys who works in all sectors without the desire of accolades. He introduced the Distinguished Service Chapter members in the room. He didn't introduce himself. He is a member of the Distinguished Service Chapter. Okay? And the members of the Distinguished Service Chapter, there are 200 in all the years that we've been around. And they include, George Washington Carver, John Lewis, our founders, all of the presidents, etc. But these persons who've been recognized for their service to the country, to their fraternity and their community, they are no less important to us than each of you in school, because you do service every day. We recognize them. We talk about certain people here today. We talk about them because they have stood out amongst the time. It's truly the last thing I'm going to say. I walked this campus trying to decide where the monument was going to be. And there were people like John who was there. There are people like Steve Taylor from the graduate chapter. And I tried to find the place. Well, the chemistry building is the building where you have the iconic picture of Alpha Chapter, the first chapter, the chemistry building. This building where you are is modeled after Independence Hall in Philadelphia. You have the chapel over here, and we decided to place the monument in the valley in front of the chemistry building, very, very renowned building. FDR came in and he christened it himself. Of course, that was their way of making sure folks know that we were doing something for Howard. So the monument is in between the triangle of chemistry building, of the chapel, and of this place. And you gotta go, when you go down to the valley and you pass there, you've got to see it. And that was the intention, for people to recognize the mark of our founders and all of the men who came through. So the rest of the history is yours for the making. And I really want to congratulate all of the presenters today, because Kevin Christian, believe me, he's the the best steward of these artifacts that you could have found. You've been treated to Professor Ken Lewis. Yeah, and of course, Hot, really, I have a new respect for you. I didn't know you did all this stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I want you to tell Director Talton that we expect him by the time we get back here to be a member of Phi Beta Sigma. I'm going to put that on Eric. And I'm disappointed, and I hope he sees this, that President Vincent is not here, because he is a scholar and a historic scholar, bar none. He really comes to that position with a true appreciation of history. And I think he really would have appreciated what he received today. It was a long program, but it was a program that really edified us in a big way. And I commend all of the presenters and those who were responsible for putting it together. So, all the best. Carry on. Your Sigma pride is showing, and I couldn't be more pleased to be here. And I'm glad that my wife came with me to see what I've been up to all these years that I've been taken from her.
All right, so we open the floor for Q&A. Brother Nightingale has the mic, so if you guys have any questions, by all means. Oh, and our online viewers, we could take your questions as well.
I'll just make a general statement. I thought that everything was just great, but this is just the first step. So Brandon and John, we still have to have weekly meetings until we get our goal accomplished, right? So we're going to look for the agendas and all of the meeting invites to come out Monday at 7 p.m. so we can continue to have our meetings, because this it made a mark. Today made a mark. So now we have to go to the next step. Otherwise, guess what? It's going to be dead. What is faith without action? It's dead. So we got to make sure we continue to act. Thank you.
Thank you. I sincerely hope I gave you a decent presentation of some of the historical framework, and everything that everybody talked about seemed to fit into telling our story and telling it truthfully, and understanding that even somebody like Alain Leroy Locke, first Rhodes Scholar, was discriminated against at Oxford University when he got there. So brother can't even be a Rhodes Scholar without getting it. You know what I'm saying? Right? As your international historian, I'm still trying to understand the definition of that and all of the duties. I truly, from what I've heard, any one of you, why was I chosen, unless it's a Sam and Eli thing? And Sam said, "Here I am, Lord, take me." All right. But I will simply rely on the expertise that is in this room. And as the international historian, my only job is to facilitate and be the spokesperson and express the needs to the general board, because there has to be a complete historic plan in place, including logistics and resources and management and all of that sort of thing. We're not talking about getting a U-Haul 12 by 12, storage facility and putting stuff in there. So this is a major undertaking. I do not know what preceded me, but I consider it an absolute honor to be recognized, to be given the opportunity to do this job. And with your help and with God's help, we will make it work, and we will get the book written as well.
Anybody else? Last one.
I just wanted to say, as someone who kind of does this for work, one of the low-hanging fruit that I think we have as an opportunity for this fraternity is to create digital mapping opportunity where we don't necessarily have to build the monuments and secure the properties and all those types of things. We just have to do enough work to identify those places and identify those stories and then build a digital mapping off of it, which will then allow us to then create awareness through social media and through other platforms that democratize the space and the information. And then that will put us in a better position to then acquire monies to continue to build this work. So I don't think we have to wait to do all this work, then to tell the digital, let's use the digital mapping and the things that are low-hanging fruit and available to us to then be able to push the bigger projects that may require some fundraising.
Considering the nature of everything that we have to reclaim, it's going to take more than just one approach.
I just want to say one thing further, because Brother Martin, is you are actually, most of the people here are local, but and you talked about monuments and historical markers, and when we would decide to do the monument, I also wanted to do a historical marker in front of Lock Hall, because of course we didn't mention we have a whole building here named after Elaine Leroy Locke, and I wanted to actually erect an oak tree. I know we have a tree here, an oak tree to the symbol of the oakness of our existence here. We did establish a historical marker in Memphis on Beale Street, thanks to our brothers there. That is the historical marker where Abraham Langster conceived the idea of establishing Phi Beta Sigma on this campus. When the summer before he came here, he spoke with a recent student in attendance about fraternities, and he decided that he was going to start a fraternity. So we established a historical marker there with the assistance of Harold Collins, who was a city councilman there, and we unveiled it, John Lewis was able to march, one of the good marches, from the Peabody Hotel, here comes Peabody again, Peabody Hotel to the site of the marker for an unveiling. So that was another unveiling, and of course, we also established, we laid a wreath at the site of the other founders in Kansas City, where Founder Brown was, and also in Jacksonville, where Founder Morse spent most of his years. So we do have historical markers that and of course, we intended during the centennial to establish a statue for A. Philip Randolph in one of the local parks. I guess we didn't get everything we wanted to accomplish, but we got some significant markers, including the monument, in place. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, one more.
My name is Carolyn Williams. I'm with Beta Zeta Chapter, Washington, D.C., Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and I am a native Washingtonian. So Howard University is very, very special to me. I pledged at Kappa Alpha Chapter at the University of the District of Columbia, but it was just wonderful listening to all the stories that everyone has spoken about. And I am the historiographist for my chapter, so I would love to get into the digital information section. But I would like to say that one of my sorority sisters was Lynette Smith, the wife of Gerald Smith. She recently passed last year. And also Gerald's mother is still living. If you would like to be able to speak to her, or Gerald's sister, Joanne Standback, that's usually how we get in touch with her, I can give you that information. She would love to hear some of the stories about Gerald. I thank you very much. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here at the beginning, but I had a little delay, but I did make it toward the end, and I really appreciate it, and it was very helpful. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we'll wrap it up here. Again, thank you all for coming out. And again, it was a long day today, but you all stuck it through. And so we have a treat for you all if you can. We're gonna do a brief tour, take about 15, 20 minutes. We'll get you all through the different floors of Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. You can see what me and John do on a day-to-day basis, some of our facilities, because it is a lot to see and it is a treat. I promise you all be in for a treat. So we'll go ahead and start that. We'll want to get a group picture really quickly for our social media so we can get that out. So we'll do a group picture and then we'll head out for the tour. Thank you all again.
Where do you want us?
We can come up here.
All attendees, right?
Yes, everybody, yes.
All me. The more experienced and wiser brothers up front.
I never get front.
Yes.
There you go. You don't need to come in with us. Come on, please. I got a text message from a brother in Tennessee just about 20 minutes ago that needed father. Yeah, William Covington.
John?
Yes.
William Covington.
Yeah.
Yep. He texted me about it. He was looking at it online. He said he enjoyed it.
How we looking, Rebecca? You see that?
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Lillian.
Lillian. One more.
Can you get back up just a little bit?
John, back up.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's
All right, so yes. And if you're going on the tour, you can leave your stuff in here. Security's right out there. They'll be watching the door. If you're going on the tour, you can't leave your stuff in here.
Appreciate that.
Good job.
Thank you.
And
You're pretty good at this.
where's John? Where's John?
Two light-skinned brothers together. You need to put some darkness in the middle of it.
You be your own people.